retired, but I spend most of my time in here at MET, so there's no retirement knowing Wajdi. So, and I'll let Linda introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Castillo. I'm with IRCO, the Immigrant Refugee Community Organization. So glad to see you all here today.
Okay, so for some housekeeping in here, if you are interested in getting into our Wi-Fi, it is the username or the network name is MET Guest, one word, no spaces, no caps. The password is MET Center, the same thing, no caps, no spaces. If you need to use your other office, the restrooms, it's outside the ballroom. To your left, there's one for the ladies and one for the gentlemen. So today we're going to have, it's going to be a long day, guys, so you need to be really active with us. So what we're going to have is we're going to have in each table, you see some cards, colorful cards. At the end of each panel, there will be about 10, 15 minutes questions. So if you have any questions, just write it down and just raise your hand with the question, with the card, and then the questions will be asked. I want to be, we have a saying, it says, our Prophet Muhammad says, whoever doesn't thank people doesn't thank God. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank some people in here. Volunteers, Liz Smith, Mary Pat Hensel, the MET team, volunteers, the operations team, who did the outstanding job in here, setting up the tables and measuring where each table needs to be, by centimeter, as Zakaria does it. Our sponsors, and there's a lot of our sponsors. There was a slide in here that had our sponsors in there. Portland Police Bureau for their generous donation for producing a professional video for this event. With this said, if you don't want to be videotaped, please raise your hand to the photographer, and that will take your picture or not take your picture. CTV were outstanding yesterday. They stayed until about 7 o'clock, setting up all the mics, setting up all the AV, the streaming videos, and everything. So thank you very much for CTV. The Building Bridges Planning Committee. We have, Kevin Barton, Amran Haidar, Natalie White, Darwish Zakhel, Linda Castillo, Gavin Bruce, Faye Sitwater, and Stephen. Stephen, where are you, Stephen? Stephen is here. Stephen Myers couldn't have done anything without this gentleman here. So thank you very much, Stephen. I will be remiss if I do not thank in person Suzanne Hayden. She has been an outstanding member of this committee, and she heard the cats really well. So thank you, Suzanne, for all you have done, and we really appreciate it. But the most thanks also is for you. You showed up. We have a lot of work to do, and thank you for coming in. I know it's about 5, 6, 7, 8 hours today, who knows? So thank you very much for coming in. We really appreciate it. And let's have a wonderful conference today. Linda?
So we're doing a little bit of a tag team here. And so I just wanted to share that kind of the process of the day. We're going to have 4 panels. We're going to have some initially really amazing speakers and then 4 panels with amazing representatives from the community. And then at the end of each panel, there will be a Q&A. And what we have in the middle of the tables are some index cards and some pens. So as questions come to mind, go ahead and jot those down, and then we'll have our runners, Liz and Mary Pat. So Mary Pat's over there, and where's Liz? Is Liz back there? And they'll be coming around, as perhaps Jihad and I will be as well, to collect your cards so that we can get them up here and have our panelists be able to answer them. Let's see what else. So as Jihad mentioned, we're going to be recording today, and just again want to reiterate, if you don't want to be photographed or seen on video, please let us know. We know there are some very personal reasons and some real reasons why someone would not want to be videotaped, and we want to respect that. Let's see what else. The other piece is that since we're doing videography and photography with CTV, We're going to be putting pictures and video on all our socials, so Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And so thanks to the assistance of our professional team here. All right, and I think we're going to pass that on to Jihad now.
So towards the end of the day, there will be also a closing remarks. So we look for you guys to, and you're probably going to hear it again from Mr. Barton, but you have closing remarks, what your organization can commit for the next year, what your organization can do to help in the mission of building bridges. I'm sure I didn't thank everybody, so if I didn't thank you, so please, my apologies. Thank you for everybody who participating to the success of this conference. Now, I would like to introduce my brother from a different mother, as they say, Mr. Wajdi Saeed, the president and co-founder, one of the co-founders of the Muslim Educational Trust. Wajdi's been there from day one, among other people too. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Wajdi Saeed to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Peace be upon you. And good morning, everybody. Good morning. My beloved sisters and brothers, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, friends, and allies. It is both an honor for me as one of the founders of the Building Bridges of Understanding initiative 9 years ago, and a member of the Muslim Education Trust as well. As we embark in our 9th annual summit, today we gather not just as individuals, but as voices of positive change. And positive change need to come from a personal commitment. Oregon, and indeed our broader world, today and every day is facing many challenges and needs to unify and to heal more than ever. We face pervasive challenges today, a troubling rise in silence and inaction against hate, bias, and bigotry, and the realities that continue to harm minority communities. Quran, that God doesn't change people unless they change themselves. We need to change ourselves. We need to look who is around the table and what other issues that facing us today so we can address them in a loving and caring and constructive way. Globally, we're confronted with heartbreaking violence and genocides against vulnerable populations. Yet the world response remains too often muted, almost as silence at itself and with no answer, because the intimidation that happens is beyond our imagination. But we are here because we reject silence. We are here because we choose love instead of hate. Instead, to confront bias head-on, not with blame, but with commitment to justice, a spirit of healing, and the courage to educate and illuminate. Our mission in the Building Bridges of Understanding is to heal and unify. This is how the founders of this organization, myself, Kevin Barton, our former Sheriff Garrett, Nakenke Johnson, the president of the Urban League, Shodozono and Paulo Catalani from the New Portland Foundation, and Rani Ayub from the Muslim Education Trust. It is very important, my beloved sisters and brothers, unless we understand what hate and bigotry is all about, we won't be able to address them with courage and never get intimidated. Here in Oregon and beyond becomes a place of dignity, a dignity for all of us because we are all creation of God and we are all equal in front of God. As we move forward together through the conversation and panels ahead, may we be reminded of our collective power to create a change, a positive change, and of our shared responsibilities to speak the truth, foster understanding, and bridge every gap that is dividing us today. Our beloved law enforcement individuals, ladies and gentlemen, they are our sisters and brothers, and they want safety and unity for all. And we thank you from the bottom of our heart as an American Muslim, as the president of this trust, We thank our Tiger Police and Washington County team and our DA office for always being there whenever we need them. And in behalf of the Muslim community and many other minorities, we thank all the law enforcement in the metropolitan area, including our U.S. Attorney Office and our FBI. Thank you all for joining us on this vital journey toward a more just and compassionate world. Let us build bridges, tear down the walls of hate and bigotry, and make space for all voices here and around the world. Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome to the 9th Annual Summit of Building Bridges. I would like to introduce my dear beloved sister, Attorney General of Oregon, Ellen Rosenblum. Ellen, in 2015, when we just opened the new center, we came up with my dear sister Faye and many others, the first conference of hate and bigotry and how to address it from her office as the Oregon Attorney General. Without further delay, let us welcome our Oregon Attorney General.
Good morning, everyone. Beloved brothers and sisters, it's an honor to be here at the 9th Annual Building Bridges Conference, where we come together to confront some of the most persistent challenges in our communities. Today, we continue to focus on the crucial issues of hate crime and bias incidents, topics that remind us of our collective responsibility toward justice. As I wrap up my third and last term as your Oregon Attorney General, I am mindful that this focus is not new for me or for us at the Oregon DOJ. As Wajdi just said, for the past 10 years, I've been coming here, even before the first Building Bridges, breaking bread with you, co-leading an anti-hate conference here in 2015 when the center first opened, comforting each other when the Max train killings occurred in 2017, learning from each other and engaging in difficult but necessary conversations. As I was preparing for today, I came across a speech I gave in 2017, and what I said then applies as well today. I said, as the tides of hate and bigotry rise each day, we cannot stand by and do nothing. We cannot let hate drown out our tolerance, our acceptance, and our love for one another, the principles that make our state and our country truly great. I concluded at that time with, that's why I'm so moved to see community organizations building bridges of support among each other like this. So here we are, 7 years later, and I want to start by acknowledging all of you here today who've shown up with genuine interest in understanding more and listening to shared experiences of hate and bias. Your commitment is helping to increase reporting and raise awareness, and it's essential for driving progress. It's your dedication that fuels the movement toward a more just and inclusive society. So thank you for your willingness to engage in these difficult but necessary conversations. Justice. It's not just a word, it's a shared value that we must actively work to uphold. And I'm proud to share that the Oregon Department of Justice has been working to combat hate and bias and its impacts. And together with you, we are achieving significant milestones. In 2019, you will recall, we updated Oregon's hate and bias crimes laws for the first time in nearly 30 years, establishing the Bias Response Hotline. And that only happened after we had formed a hate crimes task force that held listening tours throughout the state. We discovered huge needs and gaps, and we committed to making changes in our response and in our laws. And some of you served on that task force, and you've helped us immeasurably. So thank you. Under the leadership of our amazing team, Civil Rights Director Faye Stetz-Waters, and Bias Response and Sanctuary Promise Hotline Coordinator Johanna Costa, both of whom you will hear from today, I'm sure. Our statewide hotline has become a crucial resource for victims and survivors and witnesses of hate and bias incidents, providing a vital connection to support. At the Oregon DOJ, we've also led other statewide task forces focusing on police profiling, public records, and consumer privacy. We've also established a criminal elder abuse unit and enhanced resources for responding to bias crimes and bias incident support for law enforcement and prosecutors. I hope we've been able to help many of you here in this audience today. And while we have made strides, there remains much work to be done. And I remain committed to collaborating with all of you to build bridges and foster a more just society, no matter what I'm doing, whether I'm AG or something else. Maybe just an ordinary citizen like many. However, as we celebrate our progress, we must confront a sobering reality. We are witnessing a disturbing trend, both nationally and here in Oregon, where hate and bias are escalating to violence and discrimination. And this reminds us of the real-world consequences of bigotry and intolerance. In Oregon, reports of hate crimes and bias incidents have increased alarmingly, with a staggering 229% rise in reporting to the Bias Response Hotline from 2020 to 2023. And while some of the rise can be attributed to our success in creating an effective trauma-informed resource that people have learned they can turn to for help and support, these numbers are still unacceptably high. The impact of this hatred and violence is deeply felt by individuals and communities throughout our state. It undermines our values of inclusion, equity, and justice, and it threatens the safety and the well-being of those who are targeted and the rest of us if we remain silent. So we must always recognize that hate and bias are not just issues for those who are directly affected. They are concerns for all of us, and I think that's why you're here today. We share this responsibility to stand against bigotry and discrimination in all forms, working toward a society that's rooted in justice. So as we strive to combat hate and bias, it's crucial we all play a role in increasing reporting and supporting victims and survivors. And here are some actions you can take. If you witness or experience a hate or bias incident, report it to the Oregon Bias Response Hotline or local law enforcement, or the FBI. Reach out to victims and survivors of hate and bias and offer your support. Listen to their experiences and provide a safe space for them to share their stories. Speak out against hate and bias in your own communities and work to create a culture of inclusion and acceptance. Justice for victims and survivors means holding perpetrators accountable and providing resources to help them heal and recover. It involves preventing future incidents through education, outreach, and policy changes. And ultimately, a just world is one where hate and bias are not tolerated and where every person is treated with dignity and respect. We have a long way to go, but by working together, we can make significant strides toward this goal. So, thank you for inviting me back year after year to this incredibly special place. I will always keep in my heart how welcoming you have been toward me and the goodness and the kindness of everyone I meet and talk to here. Thank you and have a wonderful day, and I look forward to hearing from all the speakers and panelists.
All right, I have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker, Kevin Barton, who's the District Attorney of Washington County and a member of Building Bridges. He's been a really incredible ally to our community and to protecting families in vulnerable communities. And oftentimes we're in meetings and he'll mention adverse childhood experiences, and I'm like, oh, my love language, trauma-informed care and community care. So, this is really someone who really cares about just the root causes of what leads to challenges that our community may face with a really empathetic and understanding perspective, but also really understanding that there's really a need to protect our communities in a way that is just from the heart. So welcome, Kevin.
The first thing you'll notice is I need to raise the microphone. Before I speak, I want to take a moment and just acknowledge Attorney General Rosenblum. She's too humble. She's made a true mark on our state and really demonstrated how important it is to have an engaged, dedicated, and caring Attorney General. So thank you for that. Well, welcome. As you've heard, it's our 9th annual Building Bridges event. And I was thinking as I drove in this morning, we might want to consider changing the name to Building Parking. I am so proud to be here. And as has been mentioned before, I've been here since the beginning. And I want to spend some time this morning talking with you about the history of today's event. But first, I'd like to acknowledge that what we're doing here today is unique and it's special. Looking around the room and seeing so many people I know and many I don't know, I think we all need to recognize that we've brought together a gathering of people that doesn't always come together and meet. We have leaders from various governmental agencies, from nonprofits, from community-based organizations. We have elected, appointed people. We have citizens. We have regular community members. We have people who have dedicated their careers to working boots on the ground, helping our community out in a variety of capacities. And we all come together with a shared desire to make our community better, to make it more inclusive, to make it a place that we can continue to be proud to call our home. I also want to acknowledge that it's impossible, I think, to ignore that there are some big issues happening around us now. Big political issues and geopolitical issues here locally, nationally, and across the world. And while we hold all those issues in our hearts and our minds, and they help inform who we are and how we engage each other, it's important that we focus today on making our local community a good and safe and inclusive community. Again, my hope is to provide for all of you a history of our Building Bridges event, to share with you how I have personally and professionally found it to be fulfilling and meaningful, and perhaps to challenge you and ask you to think about how you might find it meaningful as you move forward after today. I'd like to come back to the name of our event, Building Bridges of Understanding. And just for a moment, think about that. What is a bridge? Think in your mind about a bridge. Any bridge will work. But we all know a bridge spans a divide. Bridges are difficult to build. It takes time, effort, and resources. The process to even build a bridge starts on both sides of a gulf, of a divide, and meets in the middle. A bridge is under constant pressure to collapse. Constant pressure from gravity, from decay, or even from a catastrophic event, like the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. Constant pressure to not be there. But a bridge once built is a beautiful and wonderful marvel. It can be an icon of a community. It's a sight to see. It's a defining moment. And we all can think of examples across our nation of iconic bridges: the Golden Gate Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, Tillicum Crossing, which is on the advertising we do for building bridges. Bridges here in our community. Portland's known as Bridge City. But building a bridge isn't just the name of our event, it's what we're asking you to do here today and moving forward. Span a divide. Talk to people who might be on the other side of an issue from you, who might see things differently from you. Build it intentionally. Spend time, effort, resources, building and cultivating that bridge. Meet in the middle. Think about where you might have something in common with someone who initially seems as though they're on the other side of a divide. Resist pressure to collapse. Resist either a catastrophic event to collapse that bridge or just the pressure of time and decay and gravity. And once accomplished, once that bridge is built, whether it's today or beyond, make it an icon that helps define you and our community. So how did we begin? How did this event start 9 years ago? I'll tell you, almost 10 years ago, I wasn't the DA. I was working as a prosecutor in the DA's office, and I was assigned a task by my boss. I was told I needed to come to this building, a building I had driven past many times and never even knew existed. I need to come here and meet with a group of people who were upset. And like any boss, any good boss, he delegated it to me. A prosecutor in my office had posted a racially inflammatory and inappropriate post on her social media account, and the community was rightly and justifiably upset. Her words raised legitimate questions in the community, and frankly in my office, about whether that person should remain in her job as a prosecutor. People wanted answers, and I was told to come here. So I have to admit, when I was given that assignment, my initial reaction was, I want nothing to do with this. I wasn't the DA, I wasn't the chief deputy DA, I wasn't this person's supervisor. I literally had nothing to do with her or the post that she had done, and I wanted to stay away. Didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. But I was told to come here by my boss, and I did. And that initial meeting was difficult. Community members and leaders were legitimately troubled and voiced their frustration to me. And from their perspective, they wanted to understand how such statements could be made and what steps are being taken to address it. From my perspective, I kept thinking, why are they mad at me? I didn't do it. I didn't like it. And I think we all walked away from that first meeting unsatisfied. But the first meeting led to a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and so on. And we started listening to each other. We started learning more about each other's stories, backgrounds. We shared meals together. And after a while, handshakes became hugs. Last names became first names. Titles weren't used. And we came to a common realization. We genuinely cared for each other and were united in a shared desire to build a more inclusive and a better community. We realized for our larger community to achieve the same thing that our smaller meeting had achieved, which is mutual respect and understanding, that we needed to take action. We had built a bridge. We had spanned a divide. It was difficult. It took time. We met in the middle, but it was beautiful, and it became an icon. And that is the inspiration for what you're here today doing. We developed a mission statement. Building Bridges is the collaborative effort of the Muslim Educational Trust, law enforcement agencies, and civil society organizations to examine and understand the racial and ethnic disparities that exist in our communities and explore ways to remove them, our mission statement. We committed to an annual gathering, and we've done it 9 times now, over 9 years. And the MET, the Muslim Educational Trust, opened its doors to us for monthly meetings and for these annual gatherings to become a resource for the entire community, so that every time I drive by on Shoals Ferry, I think about this place, which is truly a gem in our community. And that beautiful bridge that we had built, that we wanted to expand for our community, we did the best thing possible, that we fulfilled the purpose that every bridge exists to serve. We used it. And that is the best part about a bridge, driving over it, using it. So after we built this bridge, my own professional life took me to a place that I didn't initially plan on going. I became the DA. I became that boss. And as the DA, I've done my best to continue to use our Building Bridges principles. And as the DA, one of my most important tasks is to help keep our community safe. But I have found and learned that an essential part of being safe is feeling safe. What does that mean? It means simple things. Believing that when you park your car, it'll be there when you get back, with its catalytic converter attached to it. It means walking down the street, feeling safe. Dropping your kids off at school, feeling safe. It also means when you call the police, or if you're pulled over, you feel safe, no matter your race, no matter your ethnicity, no matter your identity. It means believing that if you are the victim of a bias or a hate crime or a concerning incident, that the system will respond, that the system cares, and that the system will work for you. For me, building bridges has given me and my office a true meaning, a true calling. And we started with simple things that we could change in our office, and I'll share a few of them with you. We started with the idea that we should have mandatory all-personnel anti-bias training regularly for everyone, and we do it. And then that we decided that we should create Oregon's first county-based anti-bias, anti-hate, multidisciplinary team, and we did it. We applied for federal grant money to fund our outreach efforts, to make sure that our law enforcement is trained, our prosecutors are trained, and that when victims and survivors of hate and bias crimes step forward, that we can make them feel comfortable and supported and respond. We decided we needed to ensure that our hiring practices in our office, to make sure our personnel reflects our diverse community, that we're doing everything we can to get people in the office who can serve the community that we're obligated to serve. And when we found out there was no diversity legal job fair in Oregon, no gathering point to ensure that our legal profession is diverse, we partnered with Portland law firms and the Urban League to create Oregon's first and only legal diversity job fair, now in its 6th year. These are the things that we've done in my office, and just some examples that building bridges led to, that we would not have done had those bridges not been built. But you don't have to be the DA or have a title in front of your name or initials after your name to do things, to build bridges. I'll give you an example. A few months ago, I was in an Uber. Has anyone ever been in an Uber and talked to your Uber driver? Okay. I like doing that. And I was in Boise. I had been attending a conference for the National District Attorneys Association. I was taking the Uber back to the airport and talking to the Uber driver in the 15 or 20-minute ride, and mentioned that I was flying back to Portland, and somehow the Uber driver decided to tell me what he thought about Portland. And by the way, I just want to say, having lived here most of my adult life, I am so hopeful and so glad that we are getting back as a community to a point where we can be proud of what is happening in Portland, and it feels as though we're on the right track right now. And I think that's in large part because of so many good and dedicated leaders who are here in this room and community members who truly care about this community that we live in. So I took personal offense when he started attacking the city and the community that I love. And then he switched to telling me what he thought about red cities and blue cities. You all know where this conversation's going. And then he said to me, his quote, "I'm gonna say something that might sound a little bit racist." Now, in my experience, when someone says that, it does sound racist. And he told me the problem with America is that there are too many Asians here. And I won't repeat what he said about why, but he went on to tell me why. What he didn't know is my wife is Chinese American. I'm a 6'5" white guy in the back of his Uber. He didn't know my wife is Chinese American. At home in my house right now is a 25-pound bag of rice in our pantry. We celebrate Thanksgiving and Lunar New Year, Chinese New Year, with equal vigor. And my wife's family story is an immigrant story, the quintessential American story. So in that moment, sitting in the back of the Uber, these are the things going in my mind. I had a choice to make. Do I stay quiet and let him take me to the airport, get out and take my flight, or do I say something? Well, the prosecutor in me couldn't help itself. So I cross-examined him on his views. I may have also been a judge and held him in contempt. And I gave him my closing argument as to why he's wrong. It was a bit of an awkward drive. I also gave him a bad review on Uber and no tip. But I will tell you this, it's my genuine hope, and this may be a naive hope, but it's my hope that something about that encounter hopefully changed something in that man's mind. Maybe he had a change of heart, maybe it became one more data point that could push him in a better direction, but it's a start. And so that night when I got home, I shared the story with my kids, my 3 kids, a high schooler and 2 middle schoolers, told them what had happened and explained to them that there's opportunities that we all have an obligation to take, to do good, to lean into these issues, to work daily to make sure everyone feels safe in our community. And when someone is saying or doing something that's contrary to that goal, we all are obliged to step up. And that's my point. We all here have an opportunity and an obligation, a duty, as community members, as leaders, whoever we are, to build those bridges. Whether we have a title with our name or not, whether you're in an Uber car or somewhere else walking around our community, we need to do it. So my request to all of you today is to think. Think as you hear these speakers, what bridges do you have the opportunity to build? What action might you take from whatever your position might be? On behalf of our Building Bridges steering community, it's all of our genuine hope that this summit gives you ideas and opportunities to think how, when, where, and why you might build those bridges. Because I think you'll find the true gift isn't the bridge itself, but it's what that bridge allows you to accomplish. So thank you. You're not done with me yet. What I'm going to do now is we have our first group of panelists. I'm going to ask them to come up and take the stage. As Shahed and Linda mentioned to you, the format for today is multiple panels. And what we're going to do is to reserve at the end of each panel 15 or 20 minutes of opportunity for question and answer and dialogue. This is important. We need dialogue. We don't want this to be a one-way street with you listening and that being it. So please think about what the panelists are saying. Use the index cards on your table. Panelists, please come up for first panel. And then we'll have the volunteers pick those index cards up and make sure that our panelists can answer the questions. The first panel you're going to hear today is focused on educating our community, but really educating this room about the tools that we have to address hate and bias. And as these panelists gather and sit here at the table, we're going to take a moment and play for you a very brief 30-second bias outreach video that our Washington County Sheriff, Caprice Massey, who's here today somewhere in the back, and I filmed. Just one part of the outreach effort to engage our community. So we'll play that video now, and then we'll have our panelists introduce themselves. The Washington County District Attorney's Office and the Sheriff's Office are committed to ensuring justice for all.
We work together to investigate and prosecute hate crimes across the county.
If you or someone you know has been criminally targeted based on any of these categories, we are here to help.
Report these crimes to law enforcement so that offenders can be held accountable and victims can receive the support they deserve.
With your assistance, we'll ensure justice for all members of our Washington County community. So, short story, a few weeks ago, my mom called me. She said, "Kevin, I was doing the dishes in the house and I heard your voice. I thought you were in my house." So that's the weird thing when you hear yourself on a TV commercial, your mom calls you. It doesn't matter how old you are. Okay, so We now have 4 panelists, and what I'd like each panelist to do, starting with Ken to my left, is to each will introduce themselves and tell you who they are. We'll go through each of them introducing themselves. Then each panelist is going to speak for about 5 or 10 minutes, talking about their perspective and their role in addressing hate and bias incidents and crimes. And then, as I said, we'll open it up to questions after that. So starting first with Ken.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken Sanchagrin. I am the Executive Director of the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gavin Bruce. I'm an Assistant United States Attorney here in the District of Oregon, and I'm our Criminal Civil Rights Coordinator for the District of Oregon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Healy. I'm the First Assistant District Attorney in Clackamas County. John Wentworth's our elected DA. He's in attendance here today as well. And I lead and oversee all the bias crimes in our office in our county.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faye Stetz Waters. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Director of Civil Rights at the Oregon Department of Justice in the Office of the Attorney General.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that I've been tagged to go first today. So, thank you all for having myself and us. I've also been asked to kind of talk about initially kind of what are, exactly bias crimes here in the state of Oregon. A lot of you, I can tell just by looking at the room, probably are familiar with the elements of bias crimes, but some of you might not be. So I wanted to talk about that just a little bit. I also had made a document in there. I think they are on the tables here, at least one of these documents. And there are others in the back. Yep, there you go, thank you. And there's others in the back if you'd like a copy to take home with you, because it basically breaks down the statutes here in the state of Oregon. But we have bias crime in the second degree, and that's under 166-155, and bias crime in the first degree. Bias crime in the second degree is a Class A misdemeanor, and the bias crime in the first degree is a Class C felony. But in essence, and I'm not going to sit here and read the document to you and break down all the elements, although I'm going to talk about a few of them. In essence, for bias crime in the second degree, if you kind of tamper, interfere, or damage somebody's property, so that's criminal mischief, that's the crime of criminal mischief in the state of Oregon, or you harass somebody where you subject a person to offensive physical contact. So like if I were to punch Gavin Bruce here, and he and I have had a few tangles over the years.
We have a history.
But I weren't to injure him, that would be a harassment. Or if you threaten a person or a person's family, but there's no real imminency to it, either for serious physical injury or threaten to cause damage to their property, then that would be a bias crime in the second degree. And you also do that because of the person's perception of the other person's race, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or national origin. And so the one thing, and I'll talk about bias crime in the first degree in just a second, the one thing that's kind of unique to both of these statutes is that in essence, when we prosecutors are in court, and certainly when law enforcement officers are doing investigations, we have to develop evidence and information to prove motive in this case. And while it's always a good thing for us to be able to prove motive in any case to convince either a jury or a judge that in fact, somebody is guilty of doing whatever they did, we're not required to, historically, prosecutors are not required to prove motive. But with regard to bias crimes, we are required, in essence, to prove motive beyond a reasonable doubt. And so that's kind of unique with regard to these types of crimes. Then bias crime in the second degree, the conduct becomes more serious. You, in essence, again, because of a person's perception of the other person's race, color, religion, gender, identity, sexual orientation, or disability, or national origin, you assault somebody. So that's where, if I were to then strike Gavin and actually injure him, and physical injury is anything that causes substantial pain or physical injury, or serious physical injury where, it's much more serious, potentially you cause potentially death or disfigurement or protracted impairment of health for some reason. That would be an assault. And or a menacing, and that's where you place someone in fear of imminent serious physical injury. So unlike the misdemeanor, the bias crime in the second degree, bias crime in the first degree, if there's that imminency where I'm pointing a gun at you, or I've got a knife or something, and I'm threatening to kill you, but fortunately, I don't get close enough to do that. But, you're in close proximity to somebody, that would be menacing. So if you do that, then that makes it a bias crime in the first degree. Some examples, I thought I would just give some quick examples of kind of cases that we've had in Clackamas County where these charges have been charged. So bias crime in the second degree, we had a woman spray paint some racially charged language on the side of a store owned by a Korean family. And so that would be a bias crime in the second degree because of the damage and, clearly, the reason and the motive that she did it. We also had a desecration of an African-American gentleman's memorial. An individual had gone because there had been a memorial made for him. He had unfortunately passed away and had destroyed it and then spray painted some racially charged language, then also spray painted a swastika. And so that would have been a bias crime in the second degree. Bias crime in the first degree, we've had 3 cases. There was some African American women and their children in a city park in Clackamas County, and an individual came up and threatened to kill all of them with a firearm, and he lived close by, and people knew that, and then he said he was going to his home, which was very close by, to get that firearm, and so that would have been a menacing. Of course, everybody's safe and they got out of there, but that would have been bias crime in the first degree. We had a woman who was hitting golf balls into her neighbor's yard. The neighbors were a Hispanic family, and she was striking them with golf balls, and she was saying racially charged language over the fence, so that was a bias crime in the first degree. We also had an assault of a black man in a grocery store line with some racially charged language. So those are just some examples of some of the types of facts that you might see in some of these types of cases. And so that was my quick overview of bias crimes in the first degree and second degree, and hopefully that was helpful.
And I'm going to pick it up and start with kind of what we do on the federal side a little bit. And I know that Scott, myself, and all the panelists here are going to try to be keeping these comments pretty brief because one of the most important aspects of building bridges is answering questions, is going to be engaging with the community. So we're going to talk brief overviews of statutes, what we do, and then hope that there's real engagement with really everyone here to answer any questions that you may have. So one of the important things I like to talk about when we're talking about federal criminal civil rights is that the federal criminal civil rights statutes are fairly limited. And whereas if Scott is prosecuting a case and he's charging a bias crime, he is usually also charging an assault, meaning that if he cannot prove that there is a bias, there is that bias intent, that motive that he talked about, then likely that person is still going to be found guilty of an assault. In the federal world, we don't have a general assault statute. We don't have a general murder statute. So if we charge a hate crime and we go to trial and we're unsuccessful at trial, that individual's acquitted and there is no backup charge on a federal side because there isn't a federal jurisdictional hook. Now, we're not going to be using, or I'm going to try to not use a lot of legalese here, but that's one of the issues that we run into. But I think one of the interesting things that I like to start with is looking at how far we've come and, of course, how far we need to go when we're talking about building bridges. And, of course, the first federal civil rights statute that we really have is from 1870, which was a conspiracy against rights statute that was very rarely used, given it was 1870 and it was then during Reconstruction where we saw the rise of Jim Crow laws in the South and in the North. It wasn't until 100 years later that the Civil Rights Act of 1968 came along, and we have another federal civil rights statute, which is Section 245. Now, Section 245 is an interference with protected rights. Now, Section 245 makes it The elements are that there's a use or a use of force or a threat of force, and that the defendant acted because of the race, religion, color, or national origin of the victim or of an individual, and because the victim was enjoying a specific federal right, which could be a right to attend a public school, to use a state facility or program, to serve in court, using a facility of interstate transportation, or a facility of public accommodation. So from 1968, really until about 2009, a lot of the prosecutions for federal civil rights cases came in Section 245. And they had this, what we call a double because of causation. Not only did you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual targeted the victim because of race, religion, color, or national origin, and only those four, mind you, but also because they were enjoying one of those rights. So those were difficult cases to bring, difficult cases to prove. It wasn't until really 2009 that we have what our modern day federal civil rights statutes are, which is the Shepard-Byrd Hate Crime Prevention Act. Now, that was passed and signed by President Obama in 2009, and that expanded the protected classes that were protected by the hate crime statutes. And it protects not only race, color, religion, or national origin, but also it covers disability, sexual orientation, gender, and gender identity. It also eliminated that second because of. So now you have to prove that they acted because of an actual or perceived national origin, religion, disability, sexual orientation, gender, or gender identity, and then prove an interstate commerce nexus. Now, interstate commerce nexus, we could have an entire day of law school on, and that's not what we're going to do today. But it makes the prosecution of these cases a little bit easier. It lessens that burden to a point to where these cases are more easily brought and investigated by the FBI and our local partners and brought. There are other statutes that are worth mentioning. One is the Religious Property Arson Act, which is Section 247, which criminalizes defacing, damaging, or destroying religious real property, either because of the race, color, or ethnicity of the congregation, or because of the religious character of that property. So obviously in this, and kind of in the last few years, we've seen a lot of these types of cases come up, whether it's graffiti or whether it's broken windows at synagogues or at other places of worship. And so we have those types of cases that we investigate. But what I'd like to just kind of end with is that one of the most important things we do is we work with our local partners, because our local police officers, the Oregon Bias, the hotline, the individuals there, they're the ones that are really highlighting and bringing forward some of these cases to the FBI and to our office. It's why reporting is so important, because it gets these issues out, it gets them in front of us, and then we can investigate along with our local partners and try to see where the best place to hold somebody accountable is. So I'm going to pass over to Faye.
I think that's a good idea.
And talk about Oregon, the Bias Hotline and what you do over there.
Can everyone hear me okay? Wonderful. I have a low speaking voice, so I want to make sure. How many people out there feel comfortable asking a law enforcement officer for something that you need, that you believe you're rightfully entitled to? A good number of hands. I mention that because it wasn't so long ago when we contacted law enforcement to report some type of bias, something that fell short of a criminal act, that we were met with a message that, hey, I'm sorry that happened, there's nothing we can do about it, it's free speech, it's not a criminal act. And that was really the kind of state of things up until 2020, when we had changes in the law. I'm going to refer to Senate Bill 577, which is our bias crime and bias incident law. And I'm going to really be focusing on bias incidents and what we do on the hotline. This change in the law, spearheaded by our Attorney General and the task force, many of you which you sat on that task force, changed the law, our hate crimes law, which hadn't had updates in almost 30 years. It did a number of things. It included gender identity, was included in the statute. There was a question of whether sexual orientation and gender identity were one thing or two things. It eliminated the requirement that you need 2 or more actors to be able to charge a felony. It created the hotline and required us to collect data along with all district attorneys' offices and report that data to our Criminal Justice Commission. Created our confidential reporting hotline that is victim-focused. And I use that term because that's what the statute uses. I do not mean to refer to people as victims. You are human beings with dignity and rights fully, but that is the language that's used in the statute. So it did a number of things, and it required now, mandatory, for law enforcement responding to bias to make a referral for help. This is new and different. Before, we were told there's nothing we can do. Now, law enforcement are required to refer you to bias response hotline or qualified local victim service. So when you don't get that referral, please ask for it. Please say the statute requires that you make a referral to the bias response hotline. And I know it can be difficult to report. There's stigma, there's shame, and a lot of things attached to sharing something that's degrading and denigrating and by design meant to humiliate you. But what I want to push for is for people to report, to reach out to our bias response hotline, because there you will be met and supported by our trauma-informed advocates on that hotline. You will be listened to, you will be heard, you will be supported. You'll be given options, you'll be given resources. You will be able to name the hateful conduct that occurred that was non-criminal, for which the police could not investigate. The bias incident is a new legal term, and it gives a name to all that conduct that had been happening, on and on and on, that the Attorney General heard, that everybody heard on these listening tours, where the police were unable to investigate or have effect. Also, when you report, it helps us document what happened. It's not just a data point. These points, it is a data point also, but it's not just a data point. It's a story, it's an impact, and this is what we learn from. We're learning about the impacts of these hate incidents on folks, and we're using that data that Ken's going to talk about later to help support people, to help change the law and provide the resources that people are needing in the aftermath of hate and bias. So reporting, this is my pitch to report, the importance of reporting, so we can have a safer community altogether. We can create effective prevention strategies and create better response strategies statewide. Our hotline is one piece of many moving pieces to help design to move our response to hate and bias better and to closer to what people expect. The services that we provide on the hotline are confidential. So it becomes a safe option for people who don't want to engage with the police. There are many reasons for why people may not want to report this to police. You don't want your name on a file. You don't want your name on a court record. You don't want to participate in the criminal justice process. That's your choice. Our folks who staff the hotline are person-centered, trauma-informed, and they'll be able there to support and listen to you to help you navigate your feelings and experiences around this bias incident. We provide lots of referrals on the hotline to legal aid, to mental health counseling. Our Director of Crime Victims made the decision to include bias incidents, victims of bias incidents in our mental health counseling benefits, which formerly was only available to bias crime victims. We were including bias incident victims too, because we understand the impacts, the mental health impacts on this type of stuff on folks to help those folks heal and move forward. On this hotline, the person reporting is in the driver's seat. You get to determine how much information you want to share, how you want to share, and how, your process for sharing. We've been able to make referrals to other victims assistance programs, to legal aid, to mental health counseling, and many other state, federal, and local programs. We give you options. A lot of people, this is coming out of nowhere. You don't know what your options are, and so we'll strategize around safety. First and foremost, how do you stay safe? What are your legal options? What happened? Was it a crime? Was it something else? And help you strategize what those next steps could be. We also have case management on the hotline. The number of ways that a person can be harmed by these hateful acts are innumerable. And so the ways people are impacted, innumerable. And so some people need more support than other people, so we have a case management. Check in on folks, check on their well-being, see how they're doing, and provide additional resources if they need them. And then again, this is just one piece that was designed to help improve our response on the hotline. And I want to talk about the mandatory referral, because that's a big piece. You know, there are so many more law enforcement officers out there, so many more community members out there than there are on the hotline. We've got 5 people who are staffing our hotline. But when those referrals are made early on, it's a possibility for us to intervene early in the process to help support a person as soon as possible. When you make that referral immediately, I'm talking to law enforcement out there, when you make that referral to us or other qualified local victim services, it gives us an opportunity to intervene and support a person to prevent those long-term impacts, the psychological and emotional impacts caused by the trauma. It helps us build trust. A person knows, now we're going to take this stuff seriously. We're going to support you. We're going to intervene. This is a service that's available for you. The likelihood, if it happens again, that you would then call again can help increase reporting, help build trust when there's a system in place to receive those reports. We've seen increases in reporting in certain jurisdictions where they have, I was talking about Portland Police Bureau, where they are asking officers to make these referrals not just for bias incidents as required by law, but also to do it for bias crimes, because they have seen when victims get help sooner that there are better results. And it helps in a way to be able to preserve evidence. If a person has experienced a bias crime, helping to intervene early can help preserve evidence that might be critical in a criminal investigation. And it can help prevent retaliation. A perpetrator of hate or bias is less likely to keep harassing a person if they know that person is connected to well-established, or receiving support from credible and well-established support systems. So I just want to emphasize how important that timely mandatory referral is. If your agencies aren't doing it, if you would please do it, we'd appreciate it. So on the hotline, we listen to and we collect information. Was one of the requirements under the statute. Collect information about the nature and character of the bias that's reported to us. So when you talk to us, we're not going to pepper you with a whole bunch of questions. We're going to listen. We're going to start with belief. We're going to validate your experiences. We're going to listen. This information that we collect with your permission is then used and analyzed. We share it with our partner, Criminal Justice Commission, it's de-identified so they don't know who it is, but they know what happened. And they do some analysis on that. And they help us, we use that data to kind of help us fill in the gaps. We noticed that particularly during COVID, people were stuck. They had emergency needs, medical needs, moving needs, emergency financial needs. We were able to go back to the legislature using the data and the stories that people share with us, not names, just stories. Look, people are getting displaced because they're being harassed in their home and it's not safe for them to stay and they can't leave. They don't have the money to leave, or they're going to be penalized if they break their lease early. We were able to take these stories and then share them with the legislature to be able to support and advocate for law changes that gave greater protections to victims of hate and bias. I'm not going to go on about those, but now bias crime victims are able to be released from the rental agreements without a financial penalty, allowing them to move safely away from their attackers. Victims of bias crimes now have protection of a court order prohibiting the defendant from contacting them after this bias crime. That was happening. People were going right back to the victim's home, harassing them, and those sorts of things. We were able to talk about the prevalence of that and the need for that protection order. This law expands employee leave policies so that victims of bias crimes can take paid time off to deal with the physical and psychological distress from this bias incidents. And they're also, bias incident victims and bias crime victims are also eligible to enroll in our Address Confidentiality Program at the Department of Justice, which is a free mail forwarding service, and it helps survivors of these types of incidents and crimes protect their physical address from being disseminated. So these are just some of the things that happen on the hotline, happy to talk more about that. But I think this will help kind of tee up what Ken is going to talk about, what we did with the collection of the data.
Thank you, Faye. So we're going to wrap up today with talking a little bit about the prevalence and numbers that we receive through the Bias Response Hotline and other data sources with regards to bias in Oregon. As it's been mentioned, in the Senate bill that reformed what a bias crime is. We created the Bias Response Hotline. We also created a new data analysis program housed at the Commission. And what we do is each year we partner with our friends at DOJ to work with the data that they collect, and then we also bring that together with data that the Commission collects from various other law enforcement sources to release a bias crimes report. That's always released in July of each year. It looks at the previous calendar year, and so the data that I'm going to be mentioning today is all from 2023, so a little bit old now, but we'll be able to update that data for this year in next year's report. And so this is the fourth report that we have filed for bias crimes and bias incidents in the state. And I'm going to go over 5 brief key takeaways with a lot of numbers, but if you're curious, all you have to do is go to our webpage. We have the report along with the executive summaries there on our webpage in our publication section, and we also have a publicly accessible data dashboard where you can go and click on a map of Oregon, look county by county, and get some even more detailed information that I'm able to provide here in this brief presentation today. So the first key takeaway has already been mentioned by the Attorney General, but it's that bias crimes, at least the reporting of bias crimes, continue to increase. And while it was very astutely mentioned that that may partially be a result of the publicity we have around bias crimes and bias incidents in the state, those increases still only represent the tip of the iceberg with what folks in our communities actually experience. So between 2022 and 2023, we saw around a 25.5% increase in reports to our bias hotline, increasing from around 2,800 reports to over 3,600. But as I just mentioned, that's just the tip of the iceberg that we know that's out there. In 2020, the Commission fielded the first Oregon Crime Victimization Survey across the state, and when we collected information on bias incidents, the estimate that we came up with as far as the number of folks across our state who experience bias in one form or another is around 7.8% of all Oregonians, which if you do the simple math is around 325,000 individuals across our communities. The second takeaway is that consistently the reports that the bias hotline receives the majority of those are for anti-color or anti-racial bias. And so that's a concern that we've seen consistently across all 4 of our reports. However, in 2023, the largest increases in reports that were recorded across the hotline were in 2 sections, and that was for anti-religion bias and anti-gender identity bias. Both of those forms of bias went from being found in around 1 in 10 of our reports to the hotline, and they increased to be found in 1 in 5 of all reports were either for anti-religion bias or anti-gender identity bias. Specifically with regards to anti-religious bias, we saw shocking increases for both bias against Jewish members of our community and Muslim members of our community. Jewish bias increased from 187 reports to over 450 reports. Anti-Muslim bias increased from 27 to 98 reports. The fourth takeaway is that there is a consistent gap in reporting to our hotline versus reporting to law enforcement. We're all here to talk about building bridges between our communities and folks who we may not have historically always trusted, and that is very true when it comes to reporting bias to law enforcement. And we're able to see through our data that that gap is particularly pronounced for our BIPOC communities and our young folks, and that's where the bridge needs to be built. Finally, the last key takeaway is that Oregon bias incident trends, they seem to follow national trends, unfortunately. In 2020, we saw spikes in anti-Asian bias connected with the COVID pandemic. In 2022, we experienced a significant increase in bias being reported in schools and across school board meetings. And while those have begun to fall, the trends that I just mentioned with regards to anti-religious bias, we expect those to increase pretty substantially in 2024 as well, given that even the increase we saw in 2023 following October 7th happened really in that last quarter of the year. And so these are all very sobering numbers, and Again, if you would like further information, please visit our website. Our bias crimes report itself is almost 100 pages long, so there's much more that we have that we can discuss. But I encourage you to do that, and I think now we're happy to take questions.
You can Google Oregon Criminal Justice Commission, and you'll find the website that Ken is talking about. You can do it right now if you like. What I'd like to ask all of you to do, if you have a question in your mind, write it down on the note card at your table, raise your hand, and one of our volunteers will come pick it up. And once we get the questions picked up, if you can bring them up to me, and I'll read them out loud. As we're doing that and gathering some of those questions, well, here's our first one. Okay, here's the question. I'm sure there are bias towards homeless and mentally challenged populations. How are you tracking these incidents? So mentally challenged and homeless populations. This is probably a question for Faye.
You know, we raised up our hotline in 2020, and we got a lot of calls. The statute requires that we document instances of hate and bias directed toward people based on a protected class, race, color, religion, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin, and disability. Certainly, no other people are harassed and targeted based on other identities. Those are the protected classes that are required by statute, but because somebody contacts us and they don't necessarily fall into one of those protected classes doesn't mean that we don't support them, we don't help them, but we also, we do track that data. It's just not included in what we send and it are included in our reports. So I think if there's any change in the legislation down the road, data to support the inclusion of folks on those bases, I think that that would probably be included. We would be tracking them and including them in our reports.
Thank you, Faye. We have a lot of questions, which is awesome. We're going to get to each of these. So I'm going to just read through. I want to tell our speakers, though, we got to be quick and succinct to answer these questions. Okay. Here's the next one. Not that you weren't, Faye. You're great.
Working on it. I'm working on it.
The faith community I serve was grossly vandalized, and the synagogue near me was vandalized a few weeks prior. Some flyers, I can't quite read the handwriting. I think flyers were left both times. We reported this immediately and felt there was minimal response from law enforcement. Should the bias line be called in response to events like this?
Bias hotline should always be, you can report to the bias response hotline. Again, the focus is on the victim and what the victim needs. If the victim needs an investigation, that's not something that the hotline is authorized to do. We would help you, assist you in connecting with law enforcement if you wanted to make that report. But yes, we'd like to hear that, like to support you, document that, and connect you with supportive services.
Thanks, Faye. Next question. What was the gap between hotline reports and reports directly to law enforcement?
I'm very glad I brought my actual data sheets with me. So the gap that we've been seeing between reports to law enforcement and reports to hotlines, specifically with regards to bias crimes, the gap is about double the reports to the hotline than to law enforcement. So it was 890 in 2022 versus 409, so that would be hotline versus the reports to law enforcement, and then 800 in 2023 versus 370.
And a follow-up, what was the website again to Google? Ken, can you?
If you just put into Google Criminal Justice Commission or Oregon Criminal Justice Commission, that will pop up. And actually in Google, as you go down, you don't even have to go to our website. It'll already have the tabs to go to publications or dashboards. Those are the two spots I would go to if you'd like to see further information. Maybe start with the dashboard. The report is pretty dense.
When does a local bias crime prosecution become a federal prosecution? So Gavin or Scott? Probably
Yeah.
Gavin.
Yeah, so, I mean, we look at the elements, we look at whether or not there's a provable federal crime. Of course, there are just going to be a few small different elements between the state crime and the federal. But what we also do is we look at, we kind of look at a whole host of issues. And a lot of times it's where is this individual going to be held accountable in the, I guess, the best fashion. Sometimes we know that there's going to need to be robust mental health for the individual who committed the crime. And sometimes that's going to be better taken care of on the federal side. Sometimes it's the state charges are going to lead to a sentence that we believe is not going to be appropriate, so we're going to be taking it federal. So it really is a question of whether or not, it's a question where we talk very closely with our state partners to determine what is the best jurisdiction to be prosecuting those crimes in.
You know, I will say, Kevin, real quickly, is that the state statutes are probably a little more broad in terms of being able to capture more conduct as criminal conduct. And so you have more prosecutions at the state level, and just across the board, and I know a lot of people know this, 97% for all crimes, 97% of all prosecutions happen at the state level. Only 3% happen at the federal level. So most of the time, the state's going to handle the case, but we are in communication with our federal partners. And, you know, I don't know what the exact statistics are on bias crimes. They might be a little bit higher for the feds, but just to give you an idea of the perception of how that occurs.
We state prosecutors work 97% harder than
I wasn't going to say that, but when you're the DA, you get to say things like that.
Yeah, my boss is here. Could we not?
Of course, I'm joking. I will say this, the level of communication we have with the Attorney General's office, with the county prosecutors, with the federal prosecutors is amazing in this state. And that's a lot of hard work to make sure that we can respond to what the community needs. Here is the next question, and it's a restorative justice question. Are bias crimes laws intended to change behavior or merely punish offenders? If change behavior, why use a punishment-based system that can be known to increase bias behavior rather than a restorative process to address behavior and encourage change? If to punish, how do you see this directive reducing recidivism, which for everyone in the room is the likelihood that someone will commit the crime again, and change the frequency of events? So that's an open question here. Is this intended to punish or change behavior or both?
I'll take a swing at that real quick. So, you know, that's a challenge. That's a challenge to change this very serious and significant behavior that tears at the very fabric of our society, and it divides us, doesn't bring us together. And I will tell you, you know, the bias crime statute that just took effect in 2020, you know, there have now been some programs developed in terms of rehabilitation. If, you know, most of the people that get convicted of the A misdemeanor, unless you have a significant criminal history, you go on probation even if you're convicted of a felony. Not a lot of people go to prison. Although if you have a significant criminal history, you can go to prison with regard to the felony as well. But we are developing some treatment programs, but we need to do work there to help rehabilitate people. But I would also say that for some people, and we make very thoughtful charging decisions up front. You know, some people, you know, maybe don't even end up getting charged, probably because of a proof problem. But at the end of the day, holding people accountable, you know, that deterrent effect, I think, is important as well. And so, just like in all cases, but maybe even a little more hyper-focused on this type of conduct because of how serious it is, you know, prosecution, I think, is necessary for both deterrence and punishment, but also rehabilitation in changing someone's behavior.
Thank you, Scott. This next question is a comment that I'm going to turn into a question. The commenter is talking about public examples of bias at youth sporting events, football games, baseball games, some chanting by crowd members or statements by players or referees. There was just one I read in the newspaper yesterday about a football game out at Tillamook High School. And the question here is, why are we as a society content not to speak up? I'm going to turn that into a question for our panelists to maybe talk about the challenge between what might be seen as an incident versus a crime. Where is that line crossed between free speech and criminal conduct?
Yeah, I guess I'll take a first crack at it. And that's something that I would say that that we talk about with our state, local, and community partners all the time, which is that line between really abhorrent speech that we find abhorrent that is still protected by the First Amendment and what constitutes a crime, which constituting a crime is, on the federal side, would be a true threat. Where is there a true threat or a threat that is made in our statutes usually has to also include a threat with a weapon. And so that's why when we see a lot of the incidents, and I think I'll pass it over to Faye, where it's the difference between a bias crime and a bias incident, why it's so important to focus on reporting is that sometimes these bias incidents are that they're an incident that are not a crime, but that shouldn't be, it shouldn't rest on the individual who's the focus of that bias incident to determine whether it's a crime or not. That's something that if there's reporting to law enforcement, reporting to the bias reporting hotline, that's something that then can be considered. But it's something that we deal with really on the daily about how we deal with that. And of course, I think just quickly, how we deal with it in school settings. I know we're going to have a panel later talking about hate in schools, and I think that's going to be a perfect kind of segue into some of the questions that they're going to hopefully address during that panel.
I might follow up just real quickly. From the state perspective, when we're evaluating these cases, the challenge comes when we have to prove motive. I mean, there can be racially charged language that is constitutionally protected, and so then we need to be able to prove that nexus between the racially charged language and then one of the elements that I was talking about earlier, either a threat to damage property, or a threat to assault somebody, or harass somebody. And so we do face challenges sometimes, between the incident and then actually being able to charge a crime that we have to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a high standard, and it should be. To prove that nexus, that was really the purpose, not necessarily the intent, but the purpose and the main driving force behind the conduct. And then when the actor has significant mental health issues sometimes, that's difficult to, maybe prove that nexus, because it's like, well, is that really a product of, what they were doing, or is that a product of their mental health issue? So sometimes we have challenges there with regard to the incidents, not that it's just as damaging, the words and the incidents, I acknowledge that, is just as damaging, and that's why we have the resources, hopefully to help people, recover from that. But we run into those challenges with regard to charging sometimes and going forward with a criminal case. But in my office anyway, we're very aggressive at charging.
And I would say, our leaders, our parents, our referees, our coaches, people with privilege on that field need to stand up. It takes one person to stand up and say, this is wrong, and another person to stand up with them and say, this is wrong. This is, this is not sports conduct. This is not leadership. This is not what we showed up here today to hear racism. We came to see a game. And I think, if the conditions are such that you can't tolerate them, I think it's okay to leave. I think it's okay to keep your kids safe and not participate in that, or demand change in leadership. Have conversations about the conduct. I mean, some jurisdictions, folks if there's a racial incident, the game is called. If you don't create standards of conduct, which we all have to abide by somewhere, right? Can't just do whatever you want, whenever you want. Somebody's going to hold you accountable. And we need people to with privilege, to start that conversation, start that charge, to change the direction. That's what I'd say.
Next question. At schools, we have policies in place to mitigate bias and hate speech. That being said, when do we or should we recommend that someone calls the hotline to report an incident at schools? Faye?
Impacted, if you want it documented and you want it and you're impacted, either of those things, you want to document it, call us. If you're impacted and you want to document, call us. We have a lot of resources available to support you. I'll be going out to Bend, Lapine area in a couple of weeks to talk to students out there, to talk to teachers out there, to talk to parents out there about what's been going on out there. We need to be having conversations about what's going on in the schools. That's what needs to happen. And it's not happening. I don't know why, but it needs to be happening. So when you have a policy that's not working, you need to be having some conversations about how can you tweak it? You need information, what's wrong, what's changing, and you need leadership and you need engagement, so.
This next question's a personal question. I'm going to read the question, but I'm going to change it. Question is, what biases have you had to resolve in your personal life? And I'm going to make that less personal and just ask our panelists about the value of lived experience and whether in the work that either you all do or your agencies do, have you found that having people who do that work, who have lived experience or have somehow interacted with bias in life can provide value for the work you do?
And I'll get personal because I think, we're here to share our experiences. I grew up in a home where I was raised by a parent who had untreated mental illness, had untreated schizophrenia. So I didn't know what I was coming home to every day. I know that has led to me having some bias or not full understanding or not immediate understanding of a person who might be in mental health crisis. And so I have taken it upon myself to do the extra work to if I have a situation that I can't handle, to be able to acknowledge that and to get somebody who can handle that next step. So I don't know if I answered the question, but nobody's perfect. We are all subject to all of the racism, all of the hostilities that are around us in the world. We do our best to buffer ourselves, protect ourselves from it, but it gets in. And we have to be aware of it, work against it, talk about it, and do better.
Is there a plan about creating a law that includes mandatory oppression awareness training? And maybe to answer this question, if someone wants to talk about what's next, what new laws need to be created, more training for different types of oppression or bias incidents, are there plans to do more in the future?
I will say, at the Department of Justice, we're led by our Attorney General. And Attorney Generals have their vision of things that they want to work on. We will be having a new Attorney General after this election cycle. And so we do and we go where our Attorney General wants to lead us. And it is the job of our legislature to help craft new laws and policies that around this issue. So if you have ideas, I would encourage you to reach out to your local legislators around those issues. They are the ones who can help make those proposals to have a legislative change. We don't create law. We just, we are not the law creators, but we have a role in that creation, if that makes sense. We help advocate for change.
I would just add that I think sometimes what's even more important than a statutory change or a statutory requirement is putting adequate funding and resource behind it. I think, Faye, in your office, you've kind of experienced that. It's taken several years to even get ramped up there. And so I think that that might be even more important than a legal change, is to make sure that if this is something that we want in our communities, that we're funding it and we're making it available.
I would say, Kevin, that collaboration is super important. We all know that. I know all three of the major DA's offices in the Tri-County area have come together. We've also applied for the federal grant. We're going to be getting those monies, starting our MDT, doing training and education of our law enforcement and others in the community. And, the three offices I think are going to start working closely with regard to training and education and outreach. Not that, some of the offices haven't already been doing that. So I think that's important too, because that will be a larger part of the population that will be receiving these services.
Physical harm and property harm are criteria for bias crimes. How does the statute account for mental or emotional injury? I think this is a state law question, Scott.
Yeah. Well, I mean, emotional injury, can occur whether or not there's actually been a physical harm. of course, and frankly, oftentimes the emotional harm, the words themselves, I mean, bruises heal. Physically, people tend to be okay, but, it's that feeling I understand too of not feeling safe in your community, always looking over your shoulder. So we certainly, from a victim's advocate perspective, and part of what we're going to do with our money is get a multilingual victim's advocate to make sure that those people that are survivors of these types of crimes have resources to wrap around them, to go to counseling or any other resources. And I know that Faye and folks at DOJ, also have resources that they send people to address kind of the mental injury. The crime itself, in terms of prosecution of actual criminal conduct, there has to be a volitional act, a voluntary act, and so it doesn't necessarily take into effect the mental injury, although it's sentencing that becomes important, because the victim can get up there and explain to the court, and the state explains to the court, what impact this conduct had on the individual, going forward, and, I won't go out in society anymore, I stay home all the time, I don't do the things I used to enjoy doing because of the defendant's conduct, and so, therefore, that can result in a more significant punitive sanction or, more treatment or lengthy probation.
And I will say, from the federal side, it was actually today, I believe, it's the 20th anniversary of the Crime Victim Rights Act, and that provides a whole host of services through the U.S. Attorney's offices to victims of crimes. And so if you are a victim, and I use that, if you've had a hate crime perpetrated against you, and there's a federal case, we have amazing victim witness advocates who work with individuals to try to get them the care, treatment, try to ensure that they're getting the help that they need. And so I know the state has that funding and has those abilities. The federal government, we have amazing resources at our hands for individuals, amazing people that do that work.
That's a perfect segue into the next question. Even reporting a bias crime can be traumatic. How do we recognize and support that regardless of whether it's a crime or an incident?
Well, I think we've already sort of addressed that with some of the statements that Faye's already made about the resources that are available from the Department of Justice. Each individual DA's office, and especially the large DA's offices, have robust victims advocate units, and they have access to resources in their local community or even in the Portland metro area if those resources aren't available, say in Clackamas County. And I think Gavin's spoken to the robust, can we get some more of those funds? The robust federal funds that are available through federal legislation.
What is the ratio of hate crime cases that are received by a DA's office, and how many are charged versus acquitted? So for everyone in the room, a case is charged, and then it can result in a guilty or a not guilty end result. So Scott, can you speak from the state perspective about that? And Gavin, if you have anything to add from the federal.
Yeah, I've seen some of those statistics. We're required to report our statistics every year, and we've been doing that for, I think, about the last four years. Is that right, Faye? And, in Clackamas County, so we're the third largest, county in the state, our numbers have hovered around, in terms of the cases that have actually come in, been investigated, and were viable for, review for charging, have hovered around 20, 21 or so, and I think that they've been double that in Washington County, or maybe more, and certainly Washington County can speak to that, and then of course more in Multnomah County. Those numbers need to go up, and that's part of the education and training piece in terms of just doing better investigations, also getting the victim survivors to report the crimes to law enforcement, getting them comfortable with engaging with law enforcement. We are very serious in Clackamas County about our charging decisions up front, because if we charge you with a bias crime, you're either pleading that bias crime or we're going to trial. We're not going to dismiss the bias crime as a part of any plea negotiation or anything like that. And even if you don't have any prior criminal history, we're going to probably deal significantly with that, on the sentencing end, and if we're successful. So we treat these crimes very seriously, and I know the other DA's offices here in the Portland metro area do as well. But I guess the short answer is, those are the numbers that I'm aware of. I think Multnomah County's, hover around 60 to 80, but and those numbers need to go up, and they will because of efforts like this.
Okay, open question to the group, and I think I know the answer to this. Do you have enough resources? And the lesson you learn in government, by the way, is to always say no to that question. Do you have enough resources and appropriate legal framework to cope with the increase of bias crimes in the state? What would be the next steps?
I'll talk from the federal perspective, which is it's an interesting dynamic because the federal Department of Justice provides millions of dollars of funding to help fund things like Washington County's MDT and other MDTs that happen throughout the state. Conversely, the U.S. Attorney's Office, I am the civil rights prosecutor for the state of Oregon. So I'm taking calls from Ontario down to Medford, Eugene. I'm actually based in Eugene, so I'm certainly up here for this. Up in the Portland area, and funding is always tight, and there are a lot of priorities for the U.S. Attorney's Office from a whole host of things. So we're fortunate that we have funding through the Department of Justice to help our local partners, and that's why the collaboration between the our agencies is so important, is because the funding just comes from different pots. We would love to have more funding in the U.S. Attorney's Office, but a lot of that funding does go to help support our local agencies in combating hate and bias crimes.
They turned me off already. Kevin, did you do that? But we, of course, need more resources at the state level as well. Although we have tapped into some of these federal grants, which are robust, and hopefully that money keeps coming, and we've been able to do good things with it. And I'll just leave it at that.
And I would say we need resources at the state level for staffing, for mental health, wellness, the work that our advocates do on the hotline. It takes a toll. You don't have enough people to provide respite so that people can be well and continue to do the work, then I worry about the mental health and wellness of our staff. More money for training. We just did a public service announcement, You Belong, getting the word out, helping to get the word out. We want all the flyers that are on the table distributed to people who need them. And then support on the east side. We don't currently have an advocate who's working the full east side. And so if you know somebody, let me know. We always need more help.
We have a few more minutes left. I'm going to try and get to as many of these questions as I can. What is being done to address the gap between reports to law enforcement versus reports to the hotline? And are there any private causes of action at state or federal levels to address this? So what can a regular community member do to help, and how are we addressing the gap between police reports versus hotline reports?
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can tell you that we have some leadership at Portland Police Bureau who's made a policy decision to have officers who respond to bias crimes to make a referral to our hotline. That's a big step. Again, getting those services to folks sooner helps the process along. In terms of gaps, having more policies like that can fill the gap, but on our hotline, it is victim-centered, person-centered, and if the person is choosing not to make the report to law enforcement, we respect that choice. It is theirs. We can't force them to do it. If they want to do it, then we'll help them. But I do think policies in departments that encourage those reports to be made helps to build the trust back and forth. When people know that there's going to be a response, then they're likely to engage. But if there's no response, if there's no communication, then people will say, well, nothing's going to happen.
This next comment, this person says they reported a bias incident to a local police department during the pandemic, later learned it was the wrong police department. And I think the question essentially is, how do we ensure that there's no wrong door? And what steps either have we taken or should we take to make sure that there's no wrong door to someone reporting this to the police?
I think really, it's training, and it's really ensuring that all of our local law enforcement receive the training and have kind of policies put in place, like Portland Police is doing, about referrals, ensuring that they're getting sent on, and so that's something that we work on. It's something that we're not perfect at, and we're continuing to work on.
The training has to be mandatory and funded. That wasn't something that was required when the changes in the law happened in 2019. So we had to do extra work on the hotline, Johanna and I, two people, to get the word out statewide to law enforcement about the changes in the law. Also about what the responsibilities for the referral were under the law. We created 2 online digital toolkits, resource cards, referral cards, and still we had law enforcement agencies who didn't know about the hotline. So really training that's mandatory for folks to know what's going on.
Scott, question to you. What type of sentence would someone who's accused of a bias crime, first or second degree, expect to receive?
So I think that would vary a little bit from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. The maximum sentence for an A misdemeanor, so that would be the bias crime 2, is a year in jail. But if you don't have any prior criminal history, you'd have to have a real significant criminal history to frankly get a full year in jail. And then it's, not to get too much in the weeds, but the bias crime 1 is a level 6 on the sentencing guidelines grid. It goes up to level 11. So if you don't have a significant criminal history, you would be presumptive probation. But if you do, you could be in a prison grid block where you presumptively would go to prison for that, and the maximum sentence there would be 5 years in prison. But I think I think it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. In Clackamas County, on the punitive end, if you get convicted of a bias crime, you're going to jail. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go to jail for necessarily a long period of time, but I think the lowest jail sentence that we've allowed is 15 days. You're probably going for 30 to 60 to 90 days if your conduct's pretty significant, because that's how serious it is. We also will try to get a treatment component there if we can. And then we've sent a fair amount of people to prison as well because the conduct was so serious. Because I think that we need to send that message to the community in terms of the deterrent effect that I was talking about earlier. There is a rehabilitation piece, and that's still a smaller percentage of all the cases total. But I think, in essence, that gives you an idea.
Okay, I've got 5 more note cards. I feel bad not answering someone's questions. What's the mood in the room? Should we keep going just a few more minutes longer? Okay. Here's a question. Is your data collected from the hotline calls only? So, Faye, this is a question for you. Or does it include numbers from police reports? Maybe, Ken, also a question for you.
I think that's a question for Ken. We get reports from the hotline and we, from folks. We don't gather data from elsewhere.
So the data collection that we engage in at the commission, it's pretty robust from cradle to grave when it comes to any type of criminal behavior. So we do have the hotline information, which has both non-criminal and criminal reports. We have what is known as NIBRS, the National Incident-Based Reporting System. So those are crimes known to law enforcement. We have arrest data. We have data from our court system, the circuit courts, and then also sentencing data. And so we do have, when I mentioned the report is about 100 pages long, we just talked about the very tip this morning with the data that I provided to you. So yes, we have access to many other data sources from law enforcement.
How are we educating the public about the resources we're talking about here today?
Hopefully you've seen our public service announcements, billboards, buses. We do outreach throughout the community. We do trainings with law enforcement, with community members, victim advocates, or in the legislature. We're always talking about our work. We do a lot. We attend events like this, so we're out there.
And you've got a table full of great swag.
Yeah,
in
we
the
have a
back
lot of
right-hand
swag.
corner
Please take some. We want it distributed and in the hands of folks who need it.
that everyone should get on your way out, so you're wearing a pin so you can help educate. This person is curious about, have any legal complaints been logged from people utilizing service dogs, in particular in regard to access to restaurants or Uber? So the question is accommodating people that might have different abilities, is that seen as a bias or hate type of concern?
Well, disability is a protected class under the statute, and so I don't have all the data in front of me, but I know that that is a high point. We've seen an increase in bias against people with disabilities, and that would carry along a line with that.
Next question, can you talk more about mandatory referrals? And related, or also this person is asking, what does bias crime in a public right-of-way look like now, since it's mostly focused on known offenders or private property? So I'm not quite sure, take that however you will, but can you speak more to mandatory referrals? Is there a mandatory referral or a mandatory process? And also, what do we do with bias incidents that happen in the public arena?
What do you do with the referrals?
I don't know if the referral means a referral from law enforcement to our hotline, or if the referral means from law enforcement to the DA's office.
Well, here, let's just say, if somebody calls the hotline and all they want to do is tell the hotline and don't want anyone else involved, what would happen, Faye?
We support them, we document what happened, provide them with resources. It'd be data would be collected, it'd be a confidential, we support them. And we would document, where that location was.
What if someone said, what are my options? I'm thinking I might want to call the police, I'm just not sure.
If they were thinking about it, we would give them an idea of what they could expect if they would contact the police, give them kind of a preview of what should happen. We would maybe do a soft handoff if they wanted to make the call right then and there. We would follow up, and if they wanted to make the call later, we would follow up and see if they made that call, if they made that connection to follow up and follow through.
Great. Jahed is here, he's about to pull me off the
He
stage.
is.
So I want to just say thank you to our panelists.
I'll let you come up, and then I'll come back up.
Kevin must have been here, so let me fix this. So I know there is a question burning in your mind, so let me put your mind at ease. Yes, there is lunch. So lunch will be served after phase panel. For lunch, it's going to be boxed lunches that will have chicken, rice, and salad, or for the vegetarian, is okra with tomato sauce, rice, and salad. So lunch will be served after phase panel, and we'll go from there. So phase the one between you and your lunch. So it depends on how many questions you want to ask. So next panel in here, panel number 2, it's going to be moderated by Faye, and Faye is the Director of Civil Rights and Social Justice in the Office of the Attorney General. And she has a wonderful panel coming up, so I'll introduce Faye.
Whoa. Yeah? Just say. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Touch stuff. Okay. Is that good? Yeah. I have. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to stand for this portion since I sat for an hour. Thank you for joining us for this important conversation about justice and bias crimes. I'm honored to be moderating this panel and to be joined by these local experts on the subject. To my left is District Attorney, Multnomah County District Attorney-elect Nathan Vasquez.
Good morning.
Next to him is Sergeant Matt Jacobson, who is a sergeant with the Portland Police Bureau, who we work closely with. He is our go-to guy when we have bias crimes in the city. And next to him is Doris Zakil, who is the Director of Community Advancement at the Afghan Support Network. And next to him is Allison Brown, who is the Senior Deputy District Attorney for Washington County. Now, the way this is going to work, I'm going to ask questions. We have some prepared questions around justice and what does it look like. These folks do a different variety of work, and they work closely with victims, investigating and prosecuting and supporting victims. And so the big question of what does justice look like in these forms? You know, procedural justice plays a critical role in the discussion of hate crimes, and bias incidents. It refers to the idea that fairness in the process by which a case is handled is just as important as the outcome of the case. And in the context of bias crimes, this means that victims and communities must feel that their experiences are being taken seriously and that the criminal justice system is responding in a fair and impartial manner. You know, so justice looks different. As we delve into this discussion, it's worth reflecting on what we mean when we talk about justice. It can mean, we talked about holding perpetrators accountable for their actions through appropriate penalties and sentences. It can mean, like I talked about, supporting victims with support services and resources to help them heal from the trauma of the crime. It can mean preventing future crimes by education, outreach, and engagement with the community. It can mean acknowledging and addressing the systemic and historical biases that contribute to discrimination. And it also can mean empowering victims' voice to be heard in the criminal justice system. So in this discussion this morning, we're going to be talking about fairness, accountability, the recognition of the inherent worth and dignity of each individual, and about how do we create a society where everyone has equal access to opportunities, resources, and protections under the law. We know that our understanding of justice is framed by our own personal, historical, cultural experiences and perspectives. What might be just for me may not be just for you. It may be insufficient. But we know we have dedicated folks who are sitting here, who are doing this work day in and day out, working to investigate and prosecute and support crime victims to promote a more just and equitable society. And bringing them together, we're going to talk and have a productive conversation of how we can, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and what we can do together to make this work for us. All right. Sergeant Jacobson. Justice often looks different to different people. In your work, what does justice look like?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Faye Stetzwaters Day with some other people on stage. Just want to point that out. Thank you. I run the Major Crimes Unit with the Portland Police Bureau. You know, we, as a unit, handle not just bias or hate crimes. We handle aggravated assaults and armed robbery. So we deal with victims across a wide range of events. I think what's unique about bias crimes, specifically when we look at this justice piece, is that it's not just an adjudicated case. It's not just a criminal case outcome. The impacts when it comes to bias cases with our victims go much further than that. You know, in aggravated assaults, we may look at a physical injury. Oftentimes with bias cases, we find there's an emotional injury also. Somebody who's targeted for who they are, targeted for something that they can't change about themselves. And I think there's an inherent deepness with that emotional injury. So obviously, as a law enforcement entity, we look at that criminal case. That is a priority. But I think also how we approach these include ensuring that we're utilizing our other tools like the hotline, our victims advocates, both on the police bureau side or the DA's office side, to ensure that we're making that person whole again. And frankly, even though I like to think that putting somebody in jail or prison or holding them accountable is the end of it, that may not be ultimately what makes that victim whole. And so that we kind of that lens of victim-centered and trauma-informed, but put a little bit further than that.
Thank you. You know, you talked about making a person whole, and I appreciate you seeing that there was harm done, and what can the system do to return this person to where they were before this thing happened. When we talk about access to justice, what's your approach to increasing access to justice in your work?
Me
Yes,
again?
yeah, you again. I'm gonna pick on you for a little bit.
I actually brought Darwish with me to
Oh yeah, why don't you talk about
and I
that?
can start, and we can kind of discuss this. This is something he and I have worked pretty closely together on. I think, you know, justice in terms of access is access without conditions. Making sure that as frontline local law enforcement, that people have access to us to make those reports. Meeting people where they are, giving people various options and opportunities to report things. I've worked with Johanna and the hotline to standardize our referral form from the hotline, who is, as we know, a non-law enforcement entity, to law enforcement. Our officers in the room, maybe not the ones with bling on their collar, but those that still write police reports know that you need a certain specific set of information to write a police report. Making sure the hotline is getting that information so that we can facilitate that police report and not have to call that victim back over and over again is a huge part of that. But frankly, aside from all of that, I think that access is showing up, being present. Being present in an event like this, making sure that everybody here as community leaders knows that there is access to law enforcement, but also being there when we're needed. As somebody who moved here in 2015, I'm going to pass a little bit of this to Darwish and talk about really what it's like for having access to local government in a new place and kind of how that transpires in real life.
Sure. Thank you so much. I was going to actually have a little bit input on your first question, but I'm just my name is Darwish Zakil. Some people have a little bit hard time with pronouncing my name, so I'm repeating again. I'm the co-founder and director of community advancement at the Afghan Support Network. Usually my work is more with immigrants, refugee communities in general, but mainly focusing with Afghans in the state of Oregon and Southwest Washington. Coming back to what Matt has shared, I moved here in 2015. I was a culture advisor with the U.S. Army in Afghanistan, and also played as a language instructor and interpreter. So coming here, you know, it was not a big culture shock for me. I feel so confident, you know, I would really easily fit in and adjust to this culture. Before I came to Matt, just to share about what we were about access to justice, I just want to share a little personal story. In 2015, when I moved here, you know, as like I said, I tried to, as any other immigrants and refugees, you know, pursue happiness in life. That was 2016, and I was driving from Fred Meyer with my wife. I'm Muslim, proud to be called that. My wife wear hijab. So we were driving from Fred Meyer back home. I live in Beaverton, where there was one car that trying to tailgate and intimidate us and unnecessarily horning and like and then trying to just turn around in front of us. And at the time, even though I speak the language, even though I feel pretty confident, you know, I work with Americans, I would fit into this culture very easily, you know, I stay quiet. I feel like probably this is normal. I felt probably like what is happening with me. Years later, when I'm sitting here in a building bridges, And I felt that, that was completely wrong. At that time, I had access, but I dared to report that. I didn't know what to do at the time. So coming back to this context, a few months ago, a family called me at 10 p.m. at night, a Sunday. They said there's another neighbors that they're coming to their apartment and intimidating them and calling them, basically telling them, go back to your country. And I realized, as they called me, all these things were going in my mind, picturing myself in 2015. So I say, what to do? Again, we're calling up Access. As a community member, as a community leader, we've built a very strong relationship, from county to city, and wonderful, amazing detectives like Matt Jacobson. So I messaged him. I said, Matt, there's this thing happening in Multnomah County, and I don't know what we're going to do, but there are families and kids are involved. They're scared. They're scared right now. And then, so he said, he texted me back, he said, Darwish, what do you want me to do? I said, I don't know, we can talk about it tomorrow. But he said, if you wanted me to do something tonight, I'm willing to do it. So, and I knew when the kids are scared, so he said, what are you going to do? So I think on Sunday evening, he got up, and I'm sure he said he's going to put some clothes on, he's going to get out. I drove from Beaverton to Gresham, and he drove from where he lives, and we went to the family. And then he called some other patrol officers. So we went to sit down with the family. When we talk about Access, that's where Access looks like. You've been called on 10 p.m. on Sunday, which you don't have to do. And then the law enforcement are willing and committed and dedicated to go with you and visit the family. So after a meeting and in the family, the kids were scared, obviously. We talked to them that, things gonna be fine, and you're as equal as any other person in this city. So I think, just coming back to cut it short, I think that's how Access looks like. It's not that I had the privilege to have to talk to or have a phone number for Matt. I think anybody in this room and out there, we all can have access to that. I think again it's collaborations, it's working together in making sure that everyone's have access to the resources in making sure that they're heard.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that story, Darwish.
I'd like to,
Yeah.
I'll point out the Access piece of that wasn't just Darwish having my number. The Access portion of that was he and I having a relationship before, much like this event, where we developed those relationships and you develop that community network. So I think that's the real win in that story, is the fact that we were able to, in advance of a crisis, have a relationship. So that's why these type of events are important for our law enforcement partners. Those community meetings are important, just having that basic relationship before the bad thing happens.
Wow. Thank you for that. You took something ugly and scary and together, made something better for people. Okay, I'm gonna turn the table here. So you've been on the hot spot for a while. So I'm gonna turn to DA-elect Nathan Vasquez. What does justice look like in your work?
Well, I think first and foremost, justice in my work is about giving a voice to victims, and particularly victims of hate crime. And that can play out in many forms. Certainly, we have our Bias Crimes DA, Charlie Weiss, who's here, who does this on a day-in, day-out basis on kind of your cases that we see and hear about at times. But for me, giving a voice to victims is so much more than just the individual case. It can be very nuanced sometimes. And an example I like to cite is that this last year I prosecuted a murder case in which a young black man was gunned down in our streets of Portland. And during that trial, the defense raised that they tried to raise self-defense and say, just basically, they said, well, he's a young black man. Of course he had a gun. And I'll tell you that the mother of that young man was sitting in the back. And I could tell, it bore right to her heart. And she almost jumped out of her seat because she didn't feel like she had a voice, like someone was going to stand up for her son. And so what it means justice to me is calling out racism whenever you see it, even in that circumstance. It was to immediately call it out for what it was, to point out that was a racist statement, and to look at it and say, he was a young black man, but that absolutely, in no shape, meant that he was carrying a gun. And to stand up for her and her family in that moment, it meant, yes, a lot to see that she got justice for her son, but it almost meant just as much to her that that racism was called out and that we stood up for it and we gave her a voice in that moment in time. So it's always about confronting racism, standing up to make sure that victims have a voice. But from there, my office, what we look at and what we're dedicated to is really ensuring that public safety by holding offenders accountable. When we see biased crimes, we have to be very diligent in that. And I'm very proud of the work that we've seen. Particularly, DA Schmidt did a great job of putting together not just the biased crimes position through Charlie Weiss, but expanded that to bring an investigator to our office, a victim's advocate, someone that is there because as we talk about these things today, what's so important is that it's very easy for us to jump to, here's what we do in the process, and here's what we do in court. But really the focus oftentimes must remain on the victim far beyond just the court process. Because as we say, the emotional damage, the hurt that's caused to that victim and to their community. And when we have these crimes, it reverberates much further. And so that's where we've seen a dedication, and we want to continue to expand and grow. When I talk about what justice means, it's about serving that victim and serving their community as well. And so, through that all, what we look at, and for me, it's about building relationships and partnerships, whether it's with the Police Bureau, of course, but certainly, and where the key is making sure that we are deeply connected to the community. Because when these crimes occur, yes, it hurts the individual, but oftentimes there's a greater injury to the community and to the community that individual belongs to. And so it's being connected to that community. And through it all, those are what I see when I talk about what does justice look like. It's about giving a voice to victims, connecting with the community, and being dedicated to holding offenders accountable.
Thank you. Thank you for calling out racism when it occurs in the courtroom. Darwish, you wanted to answer this question, and you didn't get a chance to, so I'm going to pose the question to you. Justice often looks different things to different people. In your work, what does justice look like?
Yeah, thank you, Faye. Yeah, I wanted to answer that question.
I know you did.
So, like I said earlier, my work is mainly with immigrants, refugee communities, and I feel justice at the community level means fairness, fair treatment and inclusion. It could be basically, like if someone's waiting in a grocery store in a line and someone's cut the line, how do we feel about that? It doesn't matter if you have a Fed bank account or you don't have money or whatever, but it just feels unjust, right, when we're in that situation. Or think about, that's a small example. So that's where, justice is not just to feel it or to see it, but it makes importance when you do something about it. If someone is waiting in the line and you repeatedly doing it, they're going to do this every day if someone's not speak about that. So I think in my work, we work closely with other partners, but mainly advocating for the rights of immigrants and refugee community, whether if it's at a state level or a county level. There are a lot of immigrants, refugees, they don't have the privilege of basically they don't have access to food, shelter, and so many others that, many people are trying to find ways how to enjoy their life. But there are a large population of immigrants and refugees that they are seeking, they're just the basic human rights, which is food, they don't have access to, or shelter. So I think in our work, we continuously advocate for these issues and also creating awareness. I think that's where, and also I think justice is, I don't know, I don't have a lot of knowledge about the criminal side and the court of law, but I think it is something that we all together as a community, basically as a humans, to feel an internal responsibility that we need to do something, whether it is about your family, whether this is about your neighbor, or whether it's something you see, you see an accident happens on the road. And what is my moral responsibility if someone is like in a fault, right? So what I would do, I take a picture or take a video in making sure the other driver has my contact information. So when the justice is being served, so if they're going to the court and making a case, so I make sure that justice is served to that person. So naming these little things and going back to the legislators and other bigger pictures that I feel like if we work together and really feel it, and then we be honest with our conscience, and I think we can all collectively make a big difference. So I think coming back, the community, in the community perspective, the communities, many of the community members, or in general, they see, justice is just on the paper. They're not for all. They say, on the paper, we're all equal. But are we equal in a court of law? Are we being treated equally? Which is that unfortunate, We need to change that narrative. I think that's what needs to happen. And it doesn't happen just for, how much the law enforcement can or how much the DA office can, right? I think in generally, most people, they see DA office or the law enforcement as a threat. Why is that? This is very important, right? Yes, who should see them as a threat? The criminals, not the ordinary community members. So I think that's where, the gap is. And to closing that gap, so we all have that responsibility, to build, just building bridges, as you saw our wonderful speaker, Kevin Barton, the DA, we're building bridges, right? That is important, not to build the bridges, but strengthen it. So I think this is a great space, someone like me, and immigrants from Afghanistan coming here and speaking in the stage and talking about justice, it's a proud and honor. If I have access to this podium, anybody else can have. And I really admire and appreciate all the Building Bridges founders, that they're giving me opportunity in serving as an executive community member. Our elder brother, Uncle Wajdi, one of the founding members of this MET, he put a lot of works into this. And I always look up for leaders like him or Kevin and others, they motivate us. So I think there's a lot could be talked about, but I think the key point is to working together collaboratively and basically hearing each other and mutual understanding is very important. I think I will pause there before I talk more.
Thank you so much. That was an incredible,
Yeah?
incredible. Highlighting that opportunity for justice that we can bring as individuals and collectively as a community is just a beautiful thing, and showing the individual ways it can be done. It isn't just government that can provide that we can do that for each other. And Allison, I have Allison Brown here at the end for the question, the saying, justice often means different things to different people. In your line of work, what does justice look like?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I oversee our vulnerable victim prosecutions in Washington County. So those are cases involving bias crimes, sexual assault, elder abuse, and human trafficking. So protecting vulnerable victims is something I'm really passionate about, which is why I'm here today. But in terms of your question about what justice means to me as a prosecutor, well, first of all, it's in our mission statement. Our mission statement for our office is seeking justice and protecting the community. So it's something that we think about every day. Primarily as a prosecutor, that's going to be holding offenders accountable. But as we talked about with this panel and the earlier panel, that we can't prosecute what we don't know about, right? So a huge issue with bias crimes is the underreported nature of these crimes for a lot of obvious reasons. So justice, I look at that in two different ways as part of my job, is holding offenders accountable for the cases that we know about and doing our best job to get a just outcome for them. And then also protecting victims by providing education and outreach, so more victims will report, or just more victims will gain resources and help through the hotline and all the other resources we have in Oregon. So in Washington County, with the legal changes that changed in 2019, 2020, that Scott talked about earlier this morning, when this all changed, we took a new approach in our office to handling these cases, because previously they went to just whatever DA was assigned that case the morning that it came in. And we realized that to do a just job in holding the offenders accountable, we needed to have a specialized approach for these cases. So they are assigned to a specific DA, a group of DAs that has the right training and personality to handle these. And then also we were able to obtain grant funding. And part of what that grant funding does is it allows us to have specialized victim advocates that handle our bias crime cases, because if the victim has made the report and we know all the hurdles to making the report, and now they're in the criminal justice system, we want them to have the best experience possible. So Sangeeta's here. Sangeeta Khanna is one of our victim advocates. And so we have a very specialized approach to make sure that we're doing things consistently in a way that those victims can then bring back to their community, hopefully a positive experience that they've had. And yeah, I think that's probably good for now.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'll give you the second question that we have, which you touched upon a bit. Sometimes justice can mean access. Talk about your approach to increasing access to justice. Sounds like you're doing quite a bit.
And so when these changes in the laws happened and we had made a more specialized approach in our office, we also realized we didn't have the resource to do what we wanted to do big picture. And like I mentioned, I look at the justice twofold, so that's prosecuting crimes that we know about effectively, but also education and outreach in the community to help victims. So we were able to obtain the federal grant, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd grant in 2020, and we've now received that grant twice. And it allowed us to start up a multidisciplinary team, so a county-wide multidisciplinary team focused on bias and hate crime only. I understand that as the only county-based MDT in Oregon, so we were proud of that. And when we started this MDT, we bring together all the law enforcement agencies in Washington County, and then also any community partner that works with bias and hate crime victims. But our focus wasn't prosecution, it was outreach, breaking down barriers to reporting, education. So that's really our focus, to increase access to justice for victims. So that's something that we've been doing. It is been a very huge task. We've been up and running for about 2 years. But in addition, that MDT works together to provide resources to victims. So we put together a victim brochure that talks about victim rights, how to report, if you want to, right? But also resources even if you don't report. And that is interpreted in 11 different languages. We actually have some in the back at the room at our DA table if you want to look at that. But that's meant to go out to our community partners. We also have it in the DA's office as well, but we want victims that are experiencing a bias incident or crime to know what their resources are. That's really important. And then also in terms of starting up this MDT, we realized there is so much work to be done. We really couldn't do it all ourselves, even with this additional money. So our grant allowed us to hire a MDT coordinator, a bias crime outreach coordinator, essentially, to take on our ideas, work together, and then implement them in the community. So Kristen Lucas is here in the back today. Please stop by and say hi to her. And she is working with us as part of our office to do outreach to communities, talk about what we do, what the laws are, how to report if you want to. Just showing ourselves in the community, we think can make a very big difference. So, and then just finally, we also put together this public awareness campaign with that funding as well. And that was, you saw the commercial earlier with the sheriff and our DA. And we want to get our message out to the communities that we investigate crimes and we prosecute crimes in Washington County. So that's a really important piece, in my opinion, to increasing access to justice for all people.
Thank you so much, and that's incredible. When I heard about the MDT, and I thought, wow, that's going to be a big project. I'm so excited to hear that is still going on, and it's growing. There's some complex ideas. We can't treat everybody the same. We're dealing with juveniles sometimes, and people who are young in their hate, and maybe the criminal justice system and incarceration isn't the way to go for everybody. So I'm really excited about that work and doing amazing things in Washington County. Nathan, same question. Sometimes justice can mean access. Talk about your approach to increasing access to justice in Multnomah County.
Well, certainly. In Multnomah County, we've developed an entire unit that is called our MAPS program, and it is based around the idea that we send out attorneys into the community, and that is throughout Multnomah County, and try to reach a whole diverse set of communities. So our MAPS attorneys, they are located in North Portland, out in Rockwood, out in the Lentz neighborhood, where we seek to kind of bring justice outside of the courthouse and and out into the community. And the design and the purpose of that is because oftentimes the courthouse can be a very intimidating place. It can be a lot for someone to come into that location, even when they're desperately in need of and seeking justice. And so for us, that access point and how we create it is by being out there in the community, working with community-based organizations directly to send our message and to also then invite them to come in when they have problems, when they have issues. We also do a lot of work around, the idea of individuals that maybe need expungement or ways in which we can help individuals become productive members of the community and break down those barriers that might be there because of some past convictions and things of that nature. So for us, access is incredibly important. And what we do is we pair that with our bias crimes DA, Charlie Weiss, and work to be out in the community on a day in, day out basis, breaking down barriers to our system and making sure that they know that not only are we here and available at the courthouse, but we're also out in the community on a daily basis.
My goodness, I've heard access to justice, attorneys in the community, sergeants going out to people's communities, folks standing up and supporting folks. That's incredible. You act like you want to say something.
I'd kind of like to touch on a little bit of what Nathan talks about with the MAPS program, and it's based on the old neighborhood DA model. I actually got to know Nathan as a neighborhood response team officer, the unit in the police bureau that would go out and address community livability issues. And he was actually the DA assigned to my team. And so I learned a lot of the importance of being out in the community, having access also from the community to the DA, but also from law enforcement to the DA, having that kind of triangle of communication to really address and solve problems. So a lot of how we look at our bias crime response with the police bureau is based on a lot of honestly what I learned back in 2017, 2018 there, of not only having those close community relationships, but the back end of that is showing up when they need it, or those community meetings aren't doing much.
Incredible history. And the relationship building is key. So thank you for sharing that. All right, since you've spoken, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you the next question. Justice has often been spoken about, focused on a result, a verdict, a conclusion, but justice can be broken down into different stages based on what people need at the time. Talk about a victim's experience, when a victim's experience of a sense of justice was not focused on the criminal justice system, was focused on something else.
Yeah, absolutely. We had sat down last week and talked about the questions for this panel. I had shared a story, and I'll share it now, is we had a bias case from 2023 that included a victim who needed a lot of support, a lot of communication with my detective assigned, a lot of communication with me, a lot of communication with Charlie, who prosecuted the case, our victims advocates, you name it. If there was a way for that person to contact somebody in the system, they were doing it. We ultimately received a conviction in that case. It was a successful prosecution. And this victim had reached out to me after that, really wanting to debrief their experience with the criminal justice system. It was their first experience with the criminal justice system, and of course I said yes. I thought it was an interesting opportunity to hear that perspective, but also it's not a request many people feel confident enough to give to the police. So I said yes. I met them, ended up meeting them at a coffee shop, and we spoke for about 2 hours. And I went there preparing to get some notes on how we could do better, things we did well, like an actual debrief. What actually happened was 2 hours of that person telling their story from the start to the finish, to include how they felt during waiting for things to be adjudicated, after the adjudication, after the sentence was provided, how it impacted some of their lives. And it occurred to me about halfway through that this debrief was actually them just wanting to tell their story one more time from start to finish for some sort of closure. It was a wonderful conversation. I did at the end ask some questions about, hey, how could we do better? But it was a kind of unique experience because, again, in the other side of our world, which is aggravated assaults and robberies, it's a little different. There isn't often that emotional injury that needs to be healed. So it was a fascinating experience to really see that other part of that justice that clearly they felt they need, and it cost me no more than 2 hours and a cup of coffee. But I think that person is left with a positive experience in the criminal justice system that obviously started in a pretty negative event.
It's a pretty powerful story. You know, the victims who contact us on the hotline, you know, go through a process as well. You know, it's about telling what happened and being able to talk about it. And oftentimes, folks have kept this to themselves, or you know, part of we ask people to contact the hotline is to unburden yourself from it. You're not alone. You don't have to go through this alone. That there's support here. So, Allison, can you talk about a time when a victim experienced a sense of justice that wasn't focused on the criminal justice system? Do you have an example?
Yes, absolutely. And this is actually a really hard question for a prosecutor because my world is pretty much the criminal justice system, so it took me a little while to think about that. But I have an example actually from an outreach event that myself and then Kevin Barton were at. The African Youth Community Organization, ICO. I don't know if anyone's here from ICO today. They're an amazing organization that we've partnered with since we started our MDT. And one of the things that we do usually about 4 times a year is we go to their organization and we share about who we are, what we do, and what their rights are, resources, all of those things. So we did this about 6 months ago, and like I said, we've gone before. This was a little bit of a different setting. It was like a community breakfast. So they brought in many community members to have breakfast, and then they had us speak. And the community members primarily that day involve recent refugees that were here in the United States and new to our country. And so we did our spiel, talked about the rights and what we did and what a bias crime was, all of those things, and then we had questions and answers. And we had one question, well, we had multiple questions, but we had one question that I'd like to talk about today that really it stands out in my memory pretty significantly. One of the gentlemen in the front row raised his hand and he said, "Can you call 911 if you don't speak English?" And we said, absolutely, and spent a lot of time explaining that. But that just really brought it down to us, to like the core reason why we do this and how simple things that we take for granted, knowing that we can call 911 and communicate, a lot of people don't know and they're not aware of that. And so, I felt so happy that we were doing this work, but also that we communicated to this individual and then he can share that with his community that yes, you call 911, no matter what language you speak, you can get help. So. That was something that really has stood out in my mind since we did that training.
Wow, incredible. As a former 911 dispatcher, yeah, the things we take for granted. We have more prepared questions, but I know you must have questions you want to ask this panel. If you have questions, write them down on a card. Someone will come along and grab them. We have about 15 minutes left, and I want to use that for some Q&A from you folks. I know we're standing between you and lunch, so let's get those questions up here so we can ask them of this expert panel.
Can I share before they give a question?
Yeah, while we're waiting, yes, please.
Until you give it first. Can you guys hear me?
Tap it again.
All right. So I actually wanted to touch based on the access piece until Faye gets the first question. I think I want to bring this up for us, as a community members. Access is, I think to increase the access because I see there's a lot of law enforcement and government agencies here. As a community member, I think it's if you build up those relationships with community leaders, through workshops, through engaging, going to their spaces, I think that's when we create that bridge between the community and the law enforcement agencies, I think that could really, really help in both the whole process. I think coming back to the piece that where I shared the story earlier about, the family. If we were, and I really, really applaud. It worth to give him a round of applause for getting up at 10 p.m. and answering my call, honestly. So I think these are important, you know. Like I see here a lot of wonderful, you know, we have a really close relationship with Washington County, with Multnomah County. I just met Wentzville Department, the DA, the office, the mayor. So I think these events, you know, really speaks to that. You know, we build these, anybody have access to these. I think it's important for the law enforcement and other government agencies to build those key relationships with community leaders and members, so when things come, we don't dare to share. Like if anything happens, I'm not daring to share. Like I can send an email, I can go to the office, I can knock on the door. I think just this access is available for everybody, fair, right? But I think why we are not doing it, why community at large feel unheard. This is very important. It is because we need to pave the way so they make sure they're heard. I think that is, again, our all responsibility as a law enforcement or as a community member or basically as a human to make sure like those who, just 30 more seconds, Faye. I'm not gonna take more time. I think access, I talk about access again, work with immigrants and refugee communities, interpretation, language is a barrier, right? We need to eliminate the barriers so we can have access, you know? So that's, I think that will stop there. But I think there's a lot of problems that many community members have faced. But collectively, if we work together, I think we will reach our goal.
So many important comments. Thank you so much, Darush. This question.
Anybody was curious about why I left my house at 10 p.m. Could you imagine him being upset with you?
He's excited. He's animated. How does anyone develop a relationship with an officer before you need them when you're triggered by them due to real lived experiences of trauma and bias perpetuated by law enforcement?
I think that's probably for me.
Probably.
And I'll put this actually more on us than I will the community. The question was, you know, how do somebody develop a relationship? I think that comes back to work we need to do. I've been lucky in my career, really in the last 10 years, to work in positions that I was able to wear a uniform or not, meet people after hours, during hours, and be very flexible. I think that's hugely important. We need to meet people where they stand. I think what a community member can do is ask. I think that it really only takes finding one person that you develop a connection or relationship with, and those relationships build. If anybody in Darwash's network needed something, I can find somebody within the police bureau to connect them with, and that network builds. So I say just ask, and even past that. Be clear with what you're asking. Hey, I'd really like to sit down with a police officer, but I'm super intimidated coming into a police station surrounded by a bunch of uniforms. Say that. I think that people would be shocked really how accommodating the majority of our agencies will be to develop that relationship, even with just one person.
Thank you. Anyone else want to answer that question? Yeah.
So one of the things, and obviously I'm not a law enforcement member, but I work with many, and part of our MDT is developing relationships with community partners that, you know, when we first started didn't know us very well, right? And it takes a long time, it takes a while to develop trust. But once we do that within our MDT, then, you know, those community members can spread, as leaders, spread out to their community what we're like, that, you know, any maybe some mistruths that they're hearing about the criminal justice system and things along those lines. So at our meetings, we have a liaison from every law enforcement agency as well. And that's, again, giving that community partner, leader, an opportunity to get to know our law enforcement members better. And then we also don't do our meetings in the DA's office or in a law enforcement facility, because we understand that could be triggering for a lot of people. And so we do it in, often, most of our meetings actually are here at the Muslim Educational Trust as well. And we've also done some meetings in community buildings, things at community centers, things of that nature. So I think by continuing to get to know law enforcement and the community leaders getting to know law enforcement, we can kind of help, develop those relationships as well.
Thank you, Allison. I mean, the bridge is the image. People are standing at opposite ends, taking steps, baby steps, incremental steps to build those closer relationships. How are you gathering information on the community's needs to prevent hate crimes and evaluating what they require to apply justice effectively? Anyone can answer that question.
I can speak for Multnomah County. Something that we do on the Police Bureau side is have an open data portal on our website. The District Attorney's Office does as well. I'll say our piece, then slide it to Nathan. I think actually looking at that data, my investigative analyst that's assigned to my team is here today. We're able to have really good information and intelligence around who's being targeted, when, and how. It informs our outreach efforts. I'm lucky in the Police Bureau that our Community Services Division supports 7 community engagement advisory councils. And so almost every corner of the city of Portland, if there's a community group, I probably can find an intro to someone. So I think really utilizing that data that we have, comparing it to what the hotline has also has been fascinating to see where we deviate. That's kind of one of our big steps. And then the back end of it with the DA's office and the data they have is complementary.
And I would say that data is wonderful and it's great and we use it on a daily basis, but it's actually making sure that we're out there connected with the communities to understand, because there's a lot of nuanced things that happen, and whether it's a new issue that pops up or something on the global spectrum, it's being very in tune with the community and making sure that each of our agencies and then also our community-based organizations and groups, our temples, our mosques, that we're all connected in a way that we can adapt to those new challenges that come up on a daily basis.
Thank you. Anyone else want to respond to that question before I move on to the next one? Hearing nothing. All right. Justice is often in the eye of the beholder. How do you all promote a culturally inclusive view of justice within your jurisdiction? And more importantly, how do you hold members of your staff, teams, and partners accountable when their views of justice are not culturally inclusive?
Well, I mean, it starts certainly with, having a workforce that is reflective of the community. That is one way to make sure that, the community should be viewing its agencies that are working for it as a reflection, as someone that's open and responsive to them. And certainly, I think we heard earlier from our keynote speaker about, when there are missteps, when there are problems, you have to stand up to it. You have to confront it head on. And I'm one that always believes that, first and foremost, you lean into the hard conversations and you show up. And that means when there are problems within the community, that you have to be out in the community. You can't wait for the community to come to you. And so those are, I think, being accountable is what our community demands of us. And so that's where I know that we'll always be.
Thank you.
Communities, I gotta step in now. I think I just say, at the end of the day, no matter who we are, within our role and responsibilities, whether you are a DA or a district attorney or you're law enforcement, we, or you are a community member like me, working with immigrants and refugees, we all have, our own responsibilities within our role, but at the end of the day, we are all community members. We all have families. We all have kids, brothers and sisters and moms. So I think to look at that perspective, that's where when we see, to engage with the community, we see, how to work with the community, building bridges with the community, right? That also, that could have been, that it is very challenging. It's not easy, It's a process though. It is possible. The process is, to basically coming to the events like this or any other, other events where community-based organizations hold, like whether if it's Iftar night in Ramadan or it is an Eid event, Eid celebration where the Muslim holds in many areas in this state. So I think knowing the community, that is where building those bridges. And at the same time, I think the community members also not look to those, like I said earlier, when most people, they see DAs and law enforcement as a threat. They shouldn't see. Yes, if someone is a criminal, they should see it as a threat. I think that perspective needs to change, and it's a very hard one. I'm coming from a community. I meet with a lot of people on a daily basis, so I see that how people see the law enforcement, right? Why would you fear, But there should be a reason. I cannot speak for the law enforcement. I would like to ask you guys, what could do to different to change the perspective and narrative in the community? Probably I'm a panelist, but I'm asking another question. Sorry, Faye.
You're taking over. I love it. Good question. Yes, yes. In the final 3 minutes, do you want to respond? We've got 3 minutes to stand between us and lunch. You got it.
So in terms of, creating an environment that is anti-bias, anti-hate, Kevin Barton, my boss, the keynote speaker today, talked about the work that he's done in our office over the last 9 years to really, focus more on these issues and show the public our concern regarding these issues. So every year, for the last, I think, 4 years, we've done a DEI training for the entire DA's office in Washington County and the entire parole and probation office. So we do that together. We bring in a different speaker. We try to kind of change it up, but that's really important to us to show those within our office how this is important with something that we want people trained on and make sure that they're acting appropriately at work and acting appropriately in the community. So that's been a big goal of ours, and we follow through on that. And then also, one other thing I wanted to mention is that when we do have a successful bias crime resolution or prosecution, we make sure that we let the public know that because we want the public to hear the work that we're doing as well, and that this is something that is important to us and we focus on it. So we'll do a press release. We want to get that information out that this is important to us and something that we care about in Washington County.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate when I see those two. Thank you. And I want to thank these panelists for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives on this important topic. As we conclude the discussion, it's clear that justice for victims of hate crimes, bias incidents is a complex and multifaceted issue. I'm encouraged by the investment, the actions, the perspectives that were shared today. But we know there's still so much work to do. We know that each and every one of you can take actions, use your power to help support justice for each other and the system. And it's heartening to see and hear from this dedicated folks about their work. So let's thank them for that. And I think that we're supposed to queue up a video, and we're also supposed to get some lunch. I want to thank this panelist. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you.
I came from Vietnam.
I'm from China. Daegu, Oregon.
India.
Portland, Oregon.
Portland.
Gresham, Oregon.
Born and raised in Portland, Oregon. From my experience being born here, I would definitely say I've been treated differently because of how I look, my race, how I identify, my orientation.
I would go into the shopping malls and instantly get followed or looked at as if I was stealing something. It made me feel like I did something wrong when I really didn't.
This kind of bias incidents make me feel like going back to a safe place where you know that you can share what you have gone through and you know the people who have also gone through the same thing.
A lot of times in my life, I just had a lot of stuff I needed to say, and I just needed somebody just to listen to it.
I think having a resource dedicated to bias is helpful because we know that what we're experiencing is the priority of what we're calling it about.
Knowing that this kind of hotline exists, it feels like I need to share this with more people who are looking for this kind of help.
I am human.
I deserve to live
free from hate.
No matter my
skin color, my ability,
my gender identity,
where I was born,
who I love,
how I worship,
or what language I speak.
To every survivor of hate,
we stand with you.
Honor your experiences
and recognize your strength.
If you have experienced a hate crime or bias incident,
there's a safe place to talk about it.
Contact the confidential Oregon Bias Response Hotline
at 1-844-924-2427
or at standagainsthate.oregon.gov.
Have you been the victim of a bias incident or hate crime in Oregon due to your race, color, disability, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity? You are not alone. Contact the confidential statewide bias response hotline at 1-844-924-BIAS or standagainsthate.oregon.gov to receive support and learn about your options. Because you belong. This message was brought to you by the Civil Rights Unit of the Oregon Department of Justice.
All right, the moment you've all been waiting for, lunch. I think, is it out yet, or how's it? It's coming. Okay, so I'll speak slowly while he gets set up. But where's my co-moderator? I'll just jump in. So we're going to be having lunch soon. We're going to have 2 tables in the back. Box lunch, one is chicken and rice, halal chicken, and the other is vegetarian with okra and rice. And there'll be beverages and coffee and all that back there. In addition to lunch, once we get settled into lunch, we're going to have some wonderful entertainment by the family Lozano, who are of Ernesto, Veronica, and Damaris, who are very active community members in Washington County. And Veronica Vasquez is the CEO of ICG Innovative Multimedia Company and the host of Elemento Latino TV show. A really wonderful show. DA Kevin Barton was interviewed once, and it was really amazing to see him. There he is. You can speak to that experience, what that was like. They made him speak Spanish, and I don't know what else. So, a wonderful family that you'll get to meet in a little bit. So, yeah, so we're ready to head into lunch, but maybe we'll have time to just kind of take care of some other things that you might need to do before we move into the next phase, and then we'll have lunch. Thank you so much for being so patient and attentive and the wonderful questions. Thank you.
1, 2, sí. Sí.
Sí, 1, 2.
Bueno. Sí, 1, 2, sí, perfecto.
Sí, 2, 3.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. We're so happy to be here with all of you, and we're going to be performing my husband Ernesto Lozano, my name Veronica Vasquez, and we have some songs for you. I hope you enjoy it. Canciones tradicionales de nuestra tierra. Qué bonitos ojos tienes debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas, qué bonitos ojos tienes. Ellos te quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decir, niña hermosa. Hechicera, que eres linda y hechicera, como el candor de una rosa. Si por pobre me desprecias, yo te concedo razón, yo te concedo razón, si por pobre me desprecias. Yo no te ofrezco riqueza, te ofrezco mi corazón, te ofrezco mi corazón a cambio de tu belleza. Malagueña salerosa. Besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decir
Hello?
Hello? Can we have your attention, please, real briefly? First of all, I want to apologize for interrupting the wonderful music. We have an important announcement. Today is not just the 9th anniversary of building bridges, it's also the 57th anniversary of Wajdi Saeed. So please join me in saying happy birthday to our friend and brother Wajdi.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Que los cumplas feliz, que los cumplas feliz, que los cumplas feliz, que los cumplas feliz.
All right. There's cake. We're going to cut some cake that's in the back. And Wajdi told me you can leave him a present here if you brought it. Just kidding. Okay, back to the music. Thank you for that.
Okay, with this spirit of happiness, our next song is La Bamba. If you know that song, please join and sing with us La Bamba, which is from Veracruz and the Mexican consulate from Veracruz. So this is for you. Yeah. Para bailar la bamba, para bailar la bamba se necesita una poca de gracia, una poca de gracia y otra cosita, y arriba, ay arriba, y arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Bamba, bamba. Subir al cielo, para subir al cielo se necesita una escalera grande y otra chiquita, y arriba, ay arriba, y arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Bamba, bamba. To dance together in harmony, we need a little kindness, and a lot of love, a lot of love, a lot of love. Bamba, 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 bamba. Con sus palmas los que no están comiendo, para bailar la bamba, para bailar la bamba se necesita una poca de gracia, una poca de gracia y otra cosita, y arriba, chiquita y arriba y arriba. Ay, arriba y arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Bamba, 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 bamba. And this is special. It's in English. To dance together, to dance together in harmony. We need a little kindness, a little kindness, and a lot of love, a lot of love, a lot of love. Bamba, 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 bamba. Ay, te pido, ay, te pido de corazón que se acabe la bamba, que se acabe la bamba y venga otro son. Ay, arriba y arriba, ay, arriba y arriba y arriba iré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Bamba, 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 bamba. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. We have this special song for a good friend of ours, Paco Padilla. Paco Padilla from Mexico, from Guadalajara, has this special song called Soldados de Paz. It's in Spanish, but basically what it's telling us is that all the elected officials, all government, all who is working towards security of our countries and of our communities, they are warriors of peace. So to all of those police department, sheriff department, district attorneys, judges, this song is especially for you because you are warriors of peace. ¿Dónde están las estrellas que alumbran nuestro andar? ¿Cuáles son las veredas Manos del sol? Guerreros de luz, guerreros de amor. La la la, la la la. Piscadores de flores con auras de color cabalgan por el cielo, sembradores de amor, defensores del fuego, creados para amar, humildes mensajeros, no detengan su andar. Soldados de paz, hermanos del sol, guerreros de luz, guerreros de amor, soldados de paz, hermanos del sol, guerreros de luz, guerreros de amor. La, la, la. ¿Dónde están las estrellas que alumbran nuestro andar? ¿Cuáles son las veredas que van a la libertad? ¿Dónde están esos seres combatientes del mal, con alas, con espadas, con sed de libertad? Soldados de paz, hermanos del sol, guerreros de luz, guerreros de amor, soldados de paz, hermanos del sol, guerreros de luz, guerreros de amor. La, 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 la. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Our next song is a very popular song, but it's in English. So I'll need everybody's help to sing this popular song that I'm sure you all know. And especially in these times, it's important that we dream, that we believe in ourselves, and that we dream that we can change the world by supporting each other. Be compassionate. And well, with no more said, hope you can help us sing this song. It's Imagine by John Lennon. Who knows this song? Please join us. Imagine there's no heaven. It is easy to try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. Isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of men. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, hope someday you will join us, and the world will be as one. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us, and the world will be as one. Thank you, thank you. Hope you enjoy it. Gracias, muchas gracias.
everybody. Friendly reminder that cake is being served in the back for the birthday. Friendly reminder that cake is being served.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with panel one here very soon. I'm so glad to see these wonderful conversations and connections. But panel number 3 panelists would come forward. Please join us. Rachel, there's Rachel. Yeah. Hi, how are you? I'm Linda.
Jim. Is there room for me to sit?
Yeah, where did that chair go?
I don't know. This is all.
Let me grab one.
All right.
Down just a little bit. We're adding one more chair.
Gotta be careful on this elevator.
I know. Do not fall down. This way. This way.
Oh, that way.
There you go. There. All right, I think I win the prize with the most panelists, so this is awesome. Linda Castillo again, IRCO Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Director, and I'm so honored and pleased to be able to be the moderator for this panel. Panel 3, Community Engagement and Outreach. So here we have Miguel Cholula, who's from LULAC, which is the Oregon Chapter League of United Latin American Citizens. Rachel Nelson, Jewish Federation, Director of Educational Initiatives and Associate Director of Community Relations. Jawad Khan from MET, Teacher and Chief Program Officer. Isaiah DeGray from Word is Bond, Youth Ambassador and Grand High School sophomore. And I think one of our few youth that are here, so we're very glad to have him. He's representing. And then we have Stefan Sang from ERCO also, and he will speak on the Asian American Advancing Justice Grant. And then we have Jim Ritter from the U.S. Department of Justice, Community Relations Services, America's Peacemaker. So please welcome our panelists. All right. So because we have so many wonderful panelists, it's going to be kind of a bit of a lightning round with the questions. We have 2 questions. One of them is briefly tell us some of the issues your community is facing, and how is your organization organizing or engaging community in addressing these issues and concerns they're experiencing. So we'll start with you, Miguel.
Yes, absolutely. Well, hello, everyone. I was here a little bit late, but I'm glad I'm here, and thank you for the invitation. So I'm here on behalf of Cecilia Giron, who is the Oregon LULAC State Director, and as part of the work that we're doing at LULAC, so we are connecting with different Latin communities across the state of Oregon. So part of our work is, one, creating councils that are going to serve to, one, bring communities together, share resources, and also provide a pulse, right, to how is our community feeling here in Oregon. Some of what the Latino community here in Oregon has voiced out is the big concern, right, for Measure 110 and what the ramification will be for our youth and young adults in terms of a potential, as they put in their own way, that have experienced racial profiling from law enforcement. That is one of the things that is a huge concern for our community, given that these might serve, as they experience it, as an excuse to stop Latino young or youth with the intention to enforce the law, right? That is one of the concerns that our community has. The other concern that we've seen very clearly, especially in Southern Oregon, in Medford, is the lack of housing stability. It's been 4 years since the wildfires happened, and we have many families still experiencing housing instability. The other part of it is the generational gap between our youth, right, and our elderly. There's been this huge separation in terms of the conversations that our different families and community members have, and how they connect with each other. That is also part of one of the reasons why we've been working very closely with different coalitions, such as the Disaster Resiliency and Learning Network, in order to bring education and resources to those communities across Oregon. The other coalition that we've been working closely is through the Ford Family Foundation, Fortaleza, to work with rural communities and make space for them to gather, to share, to bring their concerns to the table, and for us to advocate not only at the local but at the national level.
Thank you so much, Miguel. All right, same questions for you, Rachel.
Great. So good afternoon. My name is Rachel Nelson. I am the Director of Educational Initiatives and the Associate Director. Is that better? There we go. I'm short. I am the Director of Educational Initiatives and the Associate Director of Community Relations at the Jewish Federation of Greater Portland. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Jewish community. I want to share a little bit about the Jewish Federation of Greater Portland and our Jewish Community Relations Council. So the Jewish Federation of Greater Portland is the central convening, philanthropic, and advocacy arm of the Jewish community. In a typical year, we have an annual campaign for community needs that brings in roughly $4 million. Those campaign dollars get allocated out to Jewish organizations in our community, including 3 Jewish day schools, a Jewish Family and Child Service, the Middleman Jewish Community Center, 2 college campus organizations, and many other Jewish nonprofits in our community. A little bit of information on the Jewish community here in Portland. We did a community study last year. We invested in and learned that there are about 56,000 Jews living in the metropolitan area. That's from Clark County and through the Tri-County area. Institutionally, we had thought that the bulk of the community lived in Southwest Portland, where many of our large buildings are. But in fact, only 13% live in Southwest Portland. A full half of our community lives on the east side, and including Vancouver, and 20% live out here in the western suburbs. Just a brief moment on our Jewish Community Relations Council. The JCRC, it's the advocacy arm of the Jewish community. Our council is made up of representatives from every synagogue in town and many other Jewish nonprofit and social service agencies, as well as at-large community members. Through this broad coalition, we are able to speak on behalf of the organized Jewish community. The council works under a consensus model when discussing issues of importance affecting the Jewish community and the broader metropolitan community. We often work in coalition with other communities on issues of importance, homelessness, gun safety legislation, wage theft, strengthening social safety net, climate resiliency, and responding to hate crimes. So let's look at some of the trends that we're seeing now, nationally and locally, regarding hate crime incidents and crimes against the Jewish community. Some of this was mentioned in the first panel as well. So ADL surveys have shown that anti-Semitic assaults have jumped 45%, incidents of harassment have risen 184%, and acts of vandalism have spiked more than 60% since 2022. Additionally, there was an increase of 237% of incidents targeting the Jewish institutions such as community centers and synagogues from 2022 to 2023. FBI stats from 2023, which were released earlier this month, indicate that in 2022, of religiously motivated hate crimes, 55% were anti-Jewish. That number jumped to 68% in 2023. We also know, as mentioned many times here today, that hate crimes are often unreported across the spectrum. So I want to share some examples of what this has looked like locally. In the past year plus, here are some of the examples we have seen. Jewish students at Reed College transferring because of what they perceive as a hostile environment on campus, and an alleged hate crime where a Jewish symbol was ripped off the door of a Jewish student and shattered on the ground. I myself drop my 2-year-old off every morning at preschool to an armed security guard. Go back to Auschwitz and take a long shower. Jews like you should jump off a bridge. These were both said to a 6th grader in our local school districts. Heil Hitler salutes in the hallway, school hallway, being told that Hitler should have finished the job in a history classroom. High school teachers putting Zionism and Jews on trial, and every single student finding the Jews guilty. PAT, the Portland Teachers Union, promoting propaganda that has anti-Semitic elements, allowing anti-Semitic signs to be included in protests during their strike a year ago, then holding teach-ins to talk about the curriculum that was created. School board members and other public officials publicly signing on to one-sided ceasefire statements that don't acknowledge the atrocities of October 7th or the hostages that are still being held in horrendous conditions without access to the Red Cross. And area nonprofits releasing one-sided statements about the current conflict in the Middle East, one that has immense tragedy on both sides, and not acknowledging either the fact that atrocities happened on October 7th, that there are still hostages being held, or that there are 2 communities locally that are both directly connected and in pain. These were just a few of the examples happening across our community that community members are reaching out to us about because they are feeling isolated and marginalized in our schools, campuses, and workplaces. So how are we addressing these? When a community member reaches out to us about a concern, we start a conversation with them. We learn about what's happening, and we acknowledge the pain and hurt that is happening for them and let them speak their truth. We look at each situation individually while also trends. In the example of an issue in schools, we offer specific resources tailored to the situation happening. Working with the family, We can dialogue with the school and the district to provide training and connect them to additional resources, such as the Oregon Jewish Museum and Center for Holocaust Education, Facing History and Ourselves, and the ADL. We can provide direct training on understanding what current manifestations of anti-Semitism look like from the far left and the extreme right, and talk through scenarios about how folks can address them. Additionally, we can provide other one that we are piloting this year called Student to Student, which is a nationally recognized program where juniors and seniors in high school undergo training and can present in groups to schools and other organizations about what the unique experience is of being a Jewish teen in the Portland metropolitan area today. I'm going to put a little bit of a plug here. If you'd like to bring these teens in this winter or spring, come see me. When an incident happens in the broader community, we work with our community security director to report it and to connect with appropriate law enforcement officials. We hope to meet with community organizations and elected officials, not to implore someone to take our side, but rather to understand that there are nuances and complexities, and ultimately, hate in all forms should be called out for what it is. So I have to take just a moment before I end to be honest here. Since last October, we have often felt that many of the allies that we have worked with and supported through our actions and words over a long period of time have abandoned us in a time of vulnerability. We know that as marginalized communities, we're stronger when we work in partnership. And we are so appreciative to those communities who have continuously reached out and offered their support to us and simple words of comfort when we have continually felt scared and alone. And we will continue to do the same for our fellow community members as well.
Thank you, Rachel.
Whatever marginalized community that there is, it's not just that crime itself, but it has a ripple effect inside the community. Oftentimes we've been here in Building Bridges and we've asked the question, why don't people reach out to law enforcement? And the reason and the answer to that has often been because that trust has not been built. And this is why something like Building Bridges is so important. To answer the question directly about some of the issues that the Muslim community is facing, Pew Research did a study and it asked Americans, how do you feel about Muslims? And the answers were very interesting because 41% of the people who responded said that they either had slightly unfavorable or greatly unfavorable view of Islam and Muslims. Now, when you ask somebody a question about essentially, are you biased? Most people are going to shy away from saying the truth, right? So 41% might actually be 60%. And so these people in our community are our neighbors, are our teachers, are our law enforcement, our emergency responders. This is an incredibly worrying thing because this has been something that in the Muslim community for a long time that felt that yes, there is this bias out there, and then it forms itself into tangible actions. As was mentioned just in the previous comment, there's discourse now online on YouTube, comments, which is like the bottom tier of discourse that there is. It's an insult to even call it discourse, but technically it's discourse. If you look at comments now compared to 15 years ago, people have the freedom now to say things that they would be embarrassed to say 15 years ago because it directly relates and associates them with something that's racist, bigoted, and prejudiced. Comments that the previous speaker spoke about. You see this in ubiquity everywhere. You see it for Muslims. Hey, you know, you have a bomb, that's these type of things, terrorists, take off that terrorist hat, take off that terrorist. And it seeps into the consciousness of our people. I was having a discussion with Miguel right before our panel started. And there was another research and study that was done, And it talked about an Islamophobia index, 0 being no Islamophobia, 100 meaning you're a pure Islamophobe incarnate. And so it was very interesting because people who were unaffiliated with any religion, they scored lower on the Islamophobia index than did young Muslims themselves, because young Muslims had now been inculcating those stereotypes about themselves. And now it becomes a process of self-hate, a process of separating myself from my community, my identity. My name's obviously Muhammad. I cannot escape from that, so maybe I have to change that. A divide between their family, and you see all these different issues that result, because part of the work that we do here at the Muslim Educational Trust is to integrate families, many of them immigrants and refugees, into America so we can build stable families and we can create generational stability. But you see this feeling of disassociation because, as I also was discussing with Miguel, for some of us, online, on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or whatever source that we use, there has never been one positive thing that our young people or our old people have ever seen online. Not one thing. The only time that your name and your faith and your religion and people who have the same name as you are on there is for something negative. Now, can you imagine the impact that has? Without going into specifics about what many of our young people, there was an incident that we were involved in, Brother Wedgley was involved in, at a school. There was a quiz about 9/11. And one of the questions was, what religion were all the attackers profess? Now, technically speaking, yes, you could maybe, but what that does inside that class is this person feels extraordinarily singled out. And there's different ways of doing this, but part of that is understanding the other and seeing it from their standpoint. My parents, they immigrated from India in 1970, and in 1972, my father passed a few years back, Allah yarham. And my mother's still alive, doing well. And they became naturalized citizens of the United States. But they never considered themselves American. So I asked my mom, I didn't get the chance to ask my father. I asked my mom, you don't consider yourself American, but you're a naturalized citizen. You have every right that every other American does. You can vote, you can, every single thing. You can be called for jury duty. And she said, no one else ever considered us Americans when they look at us. So when you face that type of prejudice and daily, it becomes very difficult for our young people and for our community to really have faith in the justice system and of our community because we see it. Now, one of the things that we are doing is something, a forum like this, the Building Bridges of Understanding, this 9th year here, and the partnerships that we've had with Washington County and Multnomah County and the District Attorney's Office and the Sheriff's Office and the police departments are trying to bridge that gap. I love the metaphor that Professor Barton had created with the metaphors in the first discussion. But this is something that's vitally important because until that trust is made, people don't feel comfortable in reporting anything. You have to see in the Muslim community, the large percentage of the Muslim population are immigrants and refugees. We come from places where we didn't trust anybody. You mind your own business because if you don't mind your own business, there might be somebody knocking at your door. And there's nothing that you're going to be able to do about that. And on top of that, if you feel insecure, one of the FBI statistics is that the two communities that underreport, and it was in the first panel as well, are the Muslim community and the LGBTQ community. You feel unsafe in reporting these things. And that is something that is, has been a great part of something we've been trying to overcome. And holding dialogue and having to have people understand one another and seeing it from the other side and seeing that small little words and actions have massive implications in the way people see themselves. Most of our bias incidences happen against women in the Muslim community. Why? Because most of the Muslim women are the most easily identifiable as Muslim because they're wearing the hijab. Now, I'm easily identifiable, And one of the things my father, he asked me, he had a stroke, and before he passed, he says, "Son, shave off your beard. And I don't want you to walk outside wearing a beard like that." And those of you who have been here before, I told the story when I walked with my daughter over here in Beaverton, a mile away. She was 3 years old. And that's when, she liked to take walks with me, and they have a distance, and they come back a little bit after that. A truck rolled by, rolled down the window, and said, "Go back home, sand, N-word." She doesn't remember that. I don't think it's in her consciousness. I hope it's not in her consciousness. But it's in my consciousness. And I want to have it for her and for everybody who not only is from the Muslim community, from every community, that you want to live in a world that you can be who you are and contribute, because we all do, and we all can, but feel safe to away from these biases, but also feel safe in reporting these to a system that's going to do something about it. And the dialogue that we've had and the discourse that we've had over the last 9 years of Building Bridges of Understanding has worked towards that. Now, the work is not done. There's still a lot that has to be done. There's a lot of misunderstanding. And one of the things that, if you've ever read the story of the Knights of the Round Table, in the story of the Knights of the Round Table, they're looking for the Holy Grail, right? The thing that's the most valuable to them. And so the knights, they are told to go to the darkest part of the forest. Why? Because to find what you most want to find, you have to look in the place you least want to look. Within our communities ourselves, we have to go and say, what is it that we can do? We can always blame other people. And yes, there's reason to blame other people because some of those actions are tangible and recorded. But also, what is it that we're going to do? And that has been the impetus and the defining force of Building Bridges of Understanding, is that what is that we can do to address these things without blaming other people, but fostering helpful dialogue, healing dialogue, and making a better place for our children, for ourselves, and something that everybody wants, because nobody wants anybody to hear these things. Nobody wants to hear the things that our community has heard. Nobody wants to hear the things that's said on YouTube, on TV, under people's breath when they do it. And only if you've ever heard somebody mutter that under their breath when they walk by you can somebody understand what that means. But in a place like this, when we have people who are looking for solutions, this is the way that Muslim Educational Trust has been part of, that we want to be part of the healing discussion. And thank you for this opportunity to speak, Building Bridges in Linda.
All right, Isaiah.
Y'all hear me? Hear me? Okay, good. Before we begin, I would like to say my mantra, if that's good. Thank you. All right. I am my Father's child. I will shine brighter than the sun. I will achieve greatness. And I'm from a strong family, and I'm from Seattle Central District. Thank you. So, what I'm going to talk about is a little uncomfortable for my community, but that's okay. Bear with me now. One of the main concerns I have in my community as a youth is the way we get treated by the law enforcement. And let me just elaborate on that. So over the years, I mean, this is not anything new. We've been dealing with this for years, decades, generations, and, you know, it's kind of normalized to us. We are traumatized, and we are so used to seeing this on the news that a young black kid or a young black kid did this, and they label us, and they have stereotypes for us that we are criminals or we're thugs or we're terrorists, such as that. And, you know, it's due to racism and stereotypes. So I just want to talk about a story from my brother, because he actually had a run-in with the law. So the way they treated him in prison, or the way they labeled him, was a thug. They said that he was a criminal. They said that he was a drug dealer. All this type of stuff that they say about black people or young black kids. And for me, that kind of affected me because the way I see him at home, he's none of those things. He is creative, he is kind, he is an artist. My brother has always been there for me. So when I see him on the news, when I see them talk about him on TV, and they say such and such about him, like he is a bad person, they're labeling him as a criminal, or it's almost like they're trying to treat him like a terrorist. But he's not, and I know that he didn't do what they say he did. And it's hard for me to talk about it a little bit, but it's okay because I want to open up to you guys that, you know, it's really not okay. And I know, like, not all police are bad, but, you know, from the way I see it, you know, my youth and my community and the black community, we don't trust you guys. And it's hard because, and you guys got to know, like, it's, you know, we've been dealing with this for years and generations, like I said, so you got to, like, understand where we're coming from. And you know, it's just, we're not going to trust you until you guys do something about it, you know? And I'm not trying to put this on your plate. You know, there are some good cops. There are a lot of good cops out there. We have them here today. But, you know, majority of the experiences we've had with police are not good ones. And they haven't really done anything in our community to show why we can trust them. And that's just coming from my vantage point. I mean, there's a lot of people and there's a lot of police that have sat down and talked with my people to make us feel comfortable, but that's not everyone, because there's still youth in my community out there today that's saying F the police or such things like that. They're just downing the police because we don't trust you guys. In my personal, another story for me is that my dad, he's brought up in Los Angeles around like the 50s, right? And he had an experience with him and his brother where they pulled a gun on him and they put it in his mouth, right? They held the gun and they put it in his mouth. They said a lot of racial slurs. I don't want to get into it, but, you know, they said a lot of hurtful things. And for my dad to watch that, he was traumatized. So why do you think that after all we've been through with you guys that we would be okay and we would just sit here and act like nothing is happening? Because it's still happening. There's still people out there. There's stories that we hear on the news where there's young black kids being labeled as a thug or criminal or just going through these experiences with the police, right? It's hurtful and it's painful to watch. And from a mother's point of view, my auntie was very hurt when they labeled my brother as a criminal, because she knows who my brother is. I know who my brother is. My whole family knows who my brother is. He is a great kid. My father was a great kid. We were brought up in tough times since the beginning, but, you know, it makes it even harder when you guys label us with these stereotypes, or you guys, you know, have put this kind of pressure on us, you know? You know, but I feel like they just need to understand where we're coming from. And if they want to do something about it, we need to have more programs in communities where we can have officers to understand and sit down and talk with us. And we've done that, and it helps because it helps us feel more comfortable around the police. When I have children, I want them to feel comfortable around the police, no? You know, I mean, like, I don't want to have my children, when I have children, I don't want them to have to be brought up in a world where they're scared of the people who are supposed to be heroes. Because when you look at an officer, they're supposed to come and save the day. But instead, when you hear of police brutality and they're hurting our young black kings, our young black youth, they don't look like heroes to me. You know, and you know, you've seen it on TV, you see it on everywhere, YouTube, where they pull over us for no reason, and then we spend a night in jail. We spend years in jail for something that we never did. You know, they try to, it's like they're manipulating us, they're controlling us because they want to get rid of us. And again, that's not all of you guys, but it's a majority of what we've seen. So I don't know what we can do about it, but I know that it's really not up to us. It's more up to them and when you guys are going to stop doing this. When it's going to become like, okay, I don't want to have to be labeled as a threat to this black community in the youth, because there's a lot of youth, there's a lot of people in my community that don't want to have anything to do with the police. They don't want to have to call them. Because, you know, and I felt like that before too. Like, I've never really thought, like, ever since I joined, like when I joined Warders Bond, when I came into Warders Bond not really knowing we're going to be communicating with the police or sitting down and talking to them. But, you know, and so my first thoughts were about the police before I ever joined Warders Bond or when I was first coming to them is that I don't want to have anything to do with them. I never called the police in my life because of what I've heard. I've been to protests with my mother and my father and other family members, and I've seen how they've interacted with us, pepper spraying us and whatnot. They haven't really like shown me that up until now, of course, but they haven't really shown me back then that they can really, like, I can really trust them and rely on them to call them. And we're traumatized, and we're so used to it. We're used to not having those people here for us, those heroes. And so what do as a youth? We join gangs, or we do things that feel right to us that are not right, and then we get sent in jail because we were trying to protect ourselves. And this happened, this has been, like I said, this has been going on for generations and years. When it first started, like during segregation, they were treating us badly, they were treating us poorly. And what did we do? We joined gangs. We made the Black Panthers, different movements for us to feel safe around in our communities. And so what we did kind of made them mad, and so they went after us and targeted us and sent us to jail, shot us, and it's just, what can we do? That's why I say it's up to you guys to want to do better and treat us the way we want to be treated, because I don't want to have to be scared to go out in the world or drive a car, have my driver's license and go on the freeway being scared of someone labeling me as a criminal because of the color of my skin. So I don't know. It's an uncomfortable subject or topic, but we got to do better about this. And there have been programs, and such as our programs, we have sat down with the police and talked about it. I'll talk more about it on the next question, but there have been ways we can kind of get by this and feel comfortable around them. And I know it is hard. It was hard for me to sit down and talk with the police because of what happened with my brother, my father. Everyone in my family has not really have a good experience with the police. But again, I'm not trying to label you guys as well. I'm not trying to say, oh, you guys are all bad, because I know there are good cops out there that care. I know that they're good people, and it's not just cops. It's just people who label us. It's not even just cops. It's just all the people who want to label us black people or us black youth as criminals, thugs, terrorists, all that. So that's how I feel about it, you know. And I feel like they need to understand our community and know why we don't call you or trust you, and why we diss you, and why we don't really care for the police. Even though I care for the police, and I know that you guys can do better, but not everyone does, and we all have different opinions and different perspectives on them.
That takes a considerable amount of fortitude for you to speak truth to power. I really, really appreciate that. And we'll come back when you have a chance to talk about programs a little bit, but folks, go ahead and talk about what's the issues in the community and some of the programs that you've kind of aligned. Stefan?
Hello? Hello, can everyone hear me? Cool, I can hear myself. Hi everyone, my name is Stefan Sang. I'm with the Immigrant Refugee Community Organization here in Portland. Today I'm speaking on a grant that we're working on out of the Pacific Islander and Asian Family Center. Some of the issues that have been plaguing our community actually have been the rise in anti-Asian bias incidents. There have been increase in intimidation, racial, scapegoating incidents to Asian American communities because of the COVID pandemic. Folks are blaming Asian Americans for bringing the virus over, and some other things I won't repeat, but what happens then is these communities are afraid to report because historically, like, there has been little to no response to help them. And so what happens is, a lot of other panelists have been saying this, like, you see on YouTube, there are Asian American men who are, leaning into hyper-masculinity and taking matters into their own hands to protect their communities. So we're seeing more gangs form to protect themselves and to protect communities, but we know that long-term, like, this is not a solution that is sustainable. And so in our communities, it seesaws between we need help from community resources and we've always faced this, and these are the hardships that we've always faced, and we just need to put our heads down and keep working hard. And so it's been difficult as an organization to reach out to these communities because we want folks to understand that there are resources in the community, but hard to engage these people. And with that, access to resources has also been difficult because Asian Americans are not a monolith. Over time, there's been a lot of stereotypes that Asian Americans are well-educated or are gentle and all these things, but there are differences in the diaspora, and our access to data disaggregation has been lacking because we are many communities. We are established communities. We are immigrant refugee communities who have recently arrived. And so the dissemination of resources have been an issue, specifically around healthy communities, like how do we keep ourselves safe, information about vaccinations, having primary care doctor, educational needs, and access to substance abuse resources, and et cetera. And so how we're responding as an organization is where IRCO, along with other culturally specific agencies, have engaged with the City of Portland's DCL program, the Diversity and Civic Leadership, to develop immigrant and refugee leaders to empower these leaders to advocate for their community's needs. In addition, IRCO's Pacific Islander and Asian Family Center have partnered with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Center and Right to Be to provide how to respond to harassment trainings. Previously, we've engaged with these organizations to provide bystander intervention trainings, but this training specifically focuses on individual and community resiliency practices, as opposed to, the 5Ds and et cetera. So along with other grantees, we've been able to provide trainings for communities like the Zomi, an ethnic group from Burma, the Hmong, who are also an ethnic group from Laos, Cambodian, Lao, Yuen Mien, and Vietnamese communities. So moving forward, we've been working closely with the Oregon Department of Justice to encourage our communities to use the Bias Crimes Hotline. I think that this hotline is able to capture data through people's stories and narratives to further advocate for legislation that will hopefully improve community safety. Our communities have been asking for help, and the DOJ's actions have shown a commitment to maintaining strong relationship with the communities that we work and serve and live in, and and a commitment to more safe communities in Oregon. Thank you.
Fun. Thank you so much.
Can you all hear me? Yeah. Great. My name is Jim Ritter. I am a conciliation specialist with the Department of Justice's Community Relations Service, or otherwise known as CRS. Has anybody in the room heard about this component? Okay, I see one hand. Well, I hadn't heard about it either. And before I go in to explain to you what this agency does, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my prior life before I got hired by this agency in April. I spent all of my professional career as a Seattle police officer for 4 decades. In 2014, I was appointed as the nation's first full-time LGBTQ liaison officer. I came out on the department when I was 34 years old. And so I'm from the generation where it definitely wasn't cool to be coming out, especially as a cop back in the day. Given this position that I was in, I started realizing for the previous 30 years, all of my life actually, that there was a disconnect between minority communities and law enforcement, specifically with the LGBTQ community. I also realized that in minority communities in general, they are constantly dealing with stereotypes. I came from a predominantly white neighborhood east of Seattle, had never been around minorities, including gay people. So I didn't know anything about anything. So when I got to be in Seattle and got to be in a position to make some decisions on what I wanted to do with my new position, I created a concept called SPD Safe Place, which is now internationally used across the country in Canada and in Europe, that helps the victims of hate crimes. This concept doesn't just involve the police department. It involves educating the public through the media. It educates businesses, employees on what to do when victims of hate crimes come into their shops. It handles a variety of different concepts and concerns that the community has had for years. I initially thought that it was only going to impact the city of Seattle. However, within a day of the media talking about this, it quickly spread to an international and international concept. After I retired from the Seattle Police Department, I had been working with the Community Relations Service for several years. When I launched this program in Seattle, a CRS representative came up to me because they had heard about it, and I go, well, who are you people? And they said, well, we're the Community Relations Service. I said, tell me about what you do. So I'm going to tell you about what we do now. I came out of retirement in April after being retired for 4 years, thinking that I still had something to contribute to society and wanted to keep this momentum going only at a federal level on whatever I could do to assist. So the Community Relations Service was developed as a result of the Title 10 of the 1964 Civil Rights Act that President Johnson signed into law that helped protect folks involving race, color, and national origin as a result of the aftermath or during the civil rights unrest we had back in the 60s. In 2009, President Obama passed the Hate Crimes Prevention Act as a result of the Matthew Shepard murders and the James Byrd Jr. murder in Texas. Basically what we do is we are considered the community peacemakers in the nation. We are part of the Department of Justice. However, we do not have arrest authority. We do not investigate crimes. We do not prosecute. We do not even share information with other DOJ components because of confidentiality issues. We provide facilitated dialogue to groups that want to talk about sensitive issues, either before, during, or after an incident happens in their community. We provide consultation services to law enforcement, to community groups, to NGOs, to government entities. We also provide mediation services, and we provide training for law enforcement and community groups. The best thing about this is that we are impartial. We do not take sides on anything. We are totally voluntary. In other words, we don't just come in there and say, hey, you all need this, you need to do it. If you want us to help you, we will tell you about our services and programs, which you can all find on USDOJ/CRS, and that will tell you all about our programs. We are also confidential. As I discussed before, we don't share information with anybody. And the best thing about CRS is that all the services and programs we provide are absolutely free. They do not cost anything for us to come down there. Now, I work out of Central Washington. I'm part of the Western region, which covers Idaho, Alaska, Oregon, Washington, California, Nevada, Hawaii, and Guam. There are 7 of us that cover that area. I am really enthusiastic about being assigned to Oregon and working with the U.S. Attorney on programs, services that she may desire that CRS can provide. and working with community groups who are interested in working with us. So that's basically what we do. It's a great organization. I'm really thrilled to have worked with them during my time with Seattle PD and recognize that, so many times government and individual NGOs and the media and businesses, they're all kind of siloed. And when you get people together, it's amazing what can happen. There's a lot of passion in this room. There's a lot of brave people in this room that want to help make things better. And I'm very proud to be a small part of that. So thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask folks to go ahead and think of your questions and put them on a card. And we'll try our best to get an answer to as many of them as we can. But while you're doing that, I'm going to ask Isaiah to share just a couple of minutes of what Word is Bond.
Hello? Okay. Yes, so Word is Bond allowed me to engage with law enforcement in authentic spaces, allowing my voice to be heard. And so basically we would participate in activities with the officers. One of the activities we did was a step in and a step out circle. Are y'all familiar with that? No? Yeah? So basically we would all be in a circle. There would be like a moderator or coordinator, whatever. They would ask us a question, and sometimes it would get a little personal, very personal actually. And we would step in if it kind of like stuck out to us. And sometimes me and the police officers would step in at the same time. We would when we were being asked these questions, and it kind of like helped us learn about each other and get comfortable with each other. And there was many other like exercises we did. We got to like sit in a circle, like I don't know how to describe it, but we had to, it was like it was different fish bowls activities. I can't really remember, but we did a lot of exercises that would kind of allow us to get comfortable with the police officers and learn more about each other. I got to kind of chop it up with a lot of them. And when I first came into the law enforcement day with them, I was a little uncomfortable, I would say, but I kind of got, used to being around them because they welcomed us. And this was like the first time a police officer has welcomed me and invite me to have a conversation with them or sit down and eat with them and just chat it up, But of course, they shared their experiences, we shared our experiences, and the pros and cons. We think about the police officers and what they can do better and not really what we can do better, but just what they can do better. And yeah, I mean, it was an honor to be with them. I didn't really see myself doing that, but Word is Bond allowed us to do a lot of, me and my ambassadors, they allowed me and my ambassadors to do a lot of things over the summer, and the Law Enforcement Day was one of them, and I appreciated that.
Okay, so this is actually a question that's probably a segue to what you've been talking about, Isaiah, is how can we build bridges to the Black community, for example, between police and the community? Well, you've shared a little bit about that, but do you have some other thoughts or ideas about that?
I mean, just like to really connect ourselves with the police and the Black community, we really just have to build programs and find time for like them to maybe stop by schools or just chat it up with us, talk to us about how and their perspectives, and basically just take time out of they need to take time out of their day to like, like kind of like experience or the words I'm trying to say like kind of like get to know us or make us feel comfortable around them. So for example, like what we did with the Law Enforcement Day, we actually have a program to get into be with the police and actually talk with them and sit down and chat with them. So I feel like if we have more programs and communities that want to do that, feel free to like engage it, like ask young Black youth, different schools if they want to like sit down and have conversations with the police to feel more comfortable around them and just share experiences and stories so they can get to know each other.
Okay. The other question is here, multiple groups are represented on stage and shared their community issues and challenges. How do we all together talk together to address these concerns?
This is, I think, a central question of why Building Bridges was put together in the first place. Last fall we had an event here at the Muslim Educational Trust, and it really exemplifies one of the tenets of our faith, which is you can't have faith until you love for your brother and sister what you love for yourself. And after the October 7th, we hosted a Refuse to Be Enemies event here at MET. We had members from the Christian community, the Jewish community, non-denominational community, from the Urban League, everyone, because when something tragic happens in humanity, we want to find the best way possible that we can be together to not have tragedy happen, to not have more loss. And one of the things that we wanted to do is foster that discussion. And many people came up to us and said, why would you do this? Because you have a people who've been oppressed for many, many, many years. And now you want to do this. What about that? What about the voices? Because you don't hear those voices in mainstream media. You don't hear about the genocide, or the word genocide is not used in mainstream media about what's happening currently in the world. And so we wanted to have a forum where we wanted to bring people and let them share both their differences of opinions, perhaps, and then also share in their common humanity. And this is the only way forward, really, when we have issues as this. When you have law enforcement sees, whatever branch it is, there's particular reasons why law enforcement looks at things the way that it does. Is it perfect? No. But there has to be a reason for everything. Nothing is illogical. There's something that's there that's doing it. But there's also room for improvement, and this is a forum to do something like that, where we ask people, you bring questions, notes are taken, and you have people who are well-intentioned, who are here to say, how can we make this process better? And so, to the question that was asked is that you're going to have a wide variety of experiences and difference of opinions about many different things. But at the end of it, what is it that we can do to make this space, our community space, our beloved community of humans, what can we do that we can bring people together and make it safe for everybody? And this is some of the things that we've tried to do and foster here at the Muslim Educational Trust.
Thank you, Brother Jawad. All right, another question here is, how do we overcome? People are too busy, out of sight, out of mind, limited support in faith communities and social justice ministries. What are some suggestions or actions that people might have to recommend?
Sure. I think there we go. I think taking these small opportunities to come together when we can as community, in small doses, in big doses, finding small opportunities and large opportunities to just have conversations with those in our neighborhood, in our communities, in our faith-based organizations, in the coffee shop. Be open to learning, be open to talking, and be open to continuing conversations.
You want to speak up?
Yep. And just to echo that, right? One of the LULAC initiatives, LULAC Oregon initiatives was get to know your neighbor, right? A couple of years back, LULAC put together a series of events in order with the intention to bring communities together, to really come together, get to know each other. Oftentimes, what some of our LULAC members had mentioned is that some of their feelings or some of their experiences were even with their neighbors, right? Not really getting to know their neighbors that were right next to each other, right? Sometimes the lack of communication also creates misunderstandings. the other part of it, one of the things that we are actually doing right now is that we're coming together as a community through some of our LULAC members in Hillsborough and Forest Grove. We intentionally create spaces and gatherings to bring those community members together, not only adults, but also youth, children, to really empower them and have them acknowledge that they have a voice, right? Later on, we would like to invite others to come to those gatherings and learn about these communities, learn about these youth, learn about what their aspirations are, learn about who they are, right? These children, there's adults that might not necessarily be the most proficient in English, but they do want to communicate with you. They do want to connect with you in a positive manner. I think that there have been several negative experiences for them, or they have witnessed other experiences with law enforcement that they don't necessarily directly connect with, but they've seen it. They want to prevent that, but they also understand that there needs to be the space to come together. That is just one quick invitation for anybody that wants to connect with some of the LULAC members. We're going to have an event on Saturday at the Dossier Hotel. Please bring your cowboy hat. We're going to have the Botas y Sombrero Vota, just to have a convening of people coming together and encouraging people to vote. I mean, those are important elections. Please come if you can. There's a registration at lulacoregon.org. In case you want to show up, please register.
Thank you, Miguel. All right, this is more of, I guess, a statement more than a question. It says we don't need any more programs, moving from programs to compassion for those who have been othered. Anybody have a response to such a statement? We don't need any programs, but we just need compassion. Jim?
I would say that connectivity, where you get everybody together to accomplish a common goal, is a structured format that can help you move forward. I think when you have individuals going in different directions in their own ways of repairing damage from individual to individual is great, but I think there is certainly a lot of opportunity to be had when you get groups of people together to achieve a common goal.
Stefan?
Yeah, so it's kind of answering the previous question as well. It's just pick, like, compassion requires action, and it's not just a feeling, right? Like, just pick one thing and do that. Like, we talk a lot about, like oftentimes I'll go to a lot of events and I'll see the same faces, and we're doing like so many things, but this most simple thing you can do is pick one thing and just do that. And don't overextend yourself. Like, it's a long way to go, and we have to have trust in others that they're going to fill the roles that they need to fill. Yeah, and also, just vote.
Okay. Did you want to make a comment? Okay, go ahead, Jawad. And it was like we got to raise our hand. Mike. You need one mic. There it is.
Back. But I think programs are a vehicle for that compassion to reach its intended destination, not out into the ether someplace, but tangible. And I think when you have programs such as this and you have people sitting at tables and they're talking together, you learn something, a little something about something for sure. And then you can take those pieces and that compassion can spread. It's very difficult to think the same thing about somebody once you've met with them and sat with them and talked with them, eaten with them. So I think when you have programs, it's the vehicle for letting that compassion and that new learning to make a difference.
Great. So this question, so if we've ever had any community members who've been in the courts, so how can the courts help build bridges since we are not law enforcement nor are we prosecutors? Yep. Miguel?
This one is, I think it's, there's a group of women within LULAC, Oregon, that are very active in terms of trying to create awareness when it comes to family law in the court system, right? based on their experience, there has been a lack of information and transparency when it comes to family law. Based on their experience, they experience separation and unfair ruling against those women, right? That they feel they have been mistreated by their partners and also by the court system. I think there has to be a direct communication with the community in terms of how the laws work within our communities and what are the impacts when they don't, and the processes when they don't work in your favor or when you feel that you're being mistreated. I think there's a lot of work to do within that. There's been a lot of outreach that this group of women have been doing within that community here locally and nationally. I think that they've been doing a great job. They're about to form a LULAC Women's Council in Oregon for the same reason. They want to see more fair and just due process within the court system, but I think there needs to be a way to start a dialogue with these, not only women, but anybody within the community.
Does anyone else have a response for that question? What can the courts do to help build bridges?
Can you hear me? I don't think this is on.
There it
is. Is it? Okay.
They'll get there.
I think listening to the prosecutors today and getting communities together with the courts, I mean, the system is huge, whether it's federal, local, or state. And I think most citizens, including me before I got involved in it, didn't really understand how it works. And I think having people within the system getting together with groups, explaining in layperson's terms how it works, takes a lot of the mystery out of it.
Great. All right. Well, you know, we've heard a lot about how important it is for people to be able to speak their piece, their experience in the community, for people to really understand that. It's a lived experience that we don't all have, but when we hear about it, it really helps build that compassion, that empathy, and really gets us, hopefully, to start thinking about ways that we can connect better and find some ways to provide that justice, you know, and through our leadership, and eventually some healing. That's going to take time. It's not a quick thing. It takes building relationships and really understanding what the issues are, and the ability to speak truth to power, which our friend there did, which I really love. And also understanding the generations of trauma. That's, you know, really critical for us to understand. There's layers upon layers, and nothing is automatic because of our trauma experiences. So please join me in thanking this wonderful panel. Can I take your picture while you're sitting there? Okay, do it real quick. That's me. There you are. Awesome. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to head into panel 4. Emron? There you are. Excuse me. All right.
Right.
How are you, Imran? You ready?
Good. How are you doing? Yeah.
Good.
Sure. Anywhere. Doesn't matter. Wherever you're comfortable. Yeah. But let's move these down a little bit closer, just to make sure the microphone's closer. Do you want? Okay. All right. Let's get this started. We're the last panel. So that's good news, and I don't know if that's good news or bad news for you. I think it's good news. We'll do I just said prayer earlier. I said prayer for you to have good traffic patterns on the way home. But if you're able, I would like you to stand up for a quick second, if you're able. If you're not able, that's totally fine. But stand up, and I want you to think about your primary school or your middle school that you went to, and I want you to say it out loud. I know this is a ridiculous exercise, but say the name of your primary school or middle school just out loud. You don't have to say it loud. You can if you want, if you're proud of it. I went to Mount Pleasant. That was my primary school. And and that's pretty much the exercise. I wanted you to get up and stand up, move around, get the blood flowing, because I really don't want you to fall asleep during this panel. It's going to be awesome. So, but you can have a seat anytime. So thank you for doing that ridiculous exercise. So I'm going to moderate this panel, and so I'll let everybody get settled. My name's Imran, and I was born and raised an Oregonian, and I'll just do a quick background on me. I'm currently a professor at Washington State University. All right, no cougs in the house. That's sad. Okay. That's all right. That's all right. That was uncomfortable, but that's all right. So, yeah, I was born and raised an Oregonian, and I've worked for Washington State now for 4 years. I worked for Oregon State as a professor for 8 years before that. And so my business is, I've facilitated conversations with my students for 15 years now about stuff that we're talking about today. And that's one of the reasons I think that I was requested to moderate this panel on youth and education, right? So I really want you to think about a couple things before we're going to do a quick 30-second pepper here of our experts and our panelists to give their background and their intro, and then we'll go through some questions. Then we want some questions from you. But I want you to think about, does anybody know the current statistic of how many total Muslims there are in the world? It's over 1 billion. So just let that marinate for a minute. It's over 1 billion Muslims. So when somebody does something bad, isn't it kind of odd to think that one person kind of overshadows like 1 billion people, right? So I wanted to think about my fellow officers in this room. Anybody who's in law enforcement, raise your hand. There's over 700,000 people in law enforcement in the United States, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Doesn't it suck when one person does something stupid and then all of you have to be like, gosh, now I have to answer for them? Are you with me? All right, so we can kind of connect there, right? That's kind of where we come from people from minoritized backgrounds. It sucks for us to be represented by two knuckleheads that were in the news yesterday. And it sucks for law enforcement to be represented by two knuckleheads that did something stupid yesterday, right? So I think that's where we want to really understand each other. It's not that we're trying to point fingers and say one person's better than the other. It's to create some connection and relate to each other. We do have more in common than we think we do. I know I had a conversation with Chief Warps over there from Wilsonville about this years ago, and that's kind of where him and I connected. I was like, yeah, I know some of what you go through. You have to answer for somebody in Oklahoma who did something stupid yesterday, and that's just not a fun feeling. I know what that's like. So without going any further with my anecdotes, because I have plenty, I want to go through our panelists and just have 30 seconds for each person to give their quick intro, background, name, and then your affiliation.
Thank you for having me. My name is David Massey, born and raised Portland, Oregon. I currently work for the I Am Academy. We're a PPS partnership. We service students at Franklin High School and Roosevelt High School, and our motto is we hire students to work for themselves so they have a brighter future.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm part of the Roosevelt Student Council. I'm 16 years old, and I'm also part of the I Am Academy. I'm here representing the Voices of North Portland.
Hello, I am Sheriff Caprice Massey, Washington County Sheriff. However, I am here representing myself as a mom to 3 brilliant, beautiful biracial daughters.
Hello, my name's Zach Kersey. I'm a deputy sheriff with the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. I'm also the school resource officer for one of the 2 school resource officers for the Westland Wilsonville School District, and I also serve on the board of directors for the Oregon School Resource Officers Association.
Hello, everyone. My name is Javeria Sayed. I am with Muslim Educational Trust. I am one of the directors for youth program at Muslim Educational Trust and director of STEM programming at Oregon Islamic Academy.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Ludwig. Is this on? It's on? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Ludwig. I'm the superintendent of the Westland Wilsonville School District, and I live here in Beaverton, raised our kids here, and I want to thank you, Ron, for this invitation.
in reporting these incidents, and how do you make youth feel more comfortable? So I'll repeat it real quick. What are some barriers that we see in reporting incidents, and how do you make youth feel more comfortable and accessible in reporting them? And I'll start with David right here, and then we'll go around to a few people who requested to answer this question, and then we'll see how much time we have. So go ahead, David.
So for myself, one barrier that I've noticed, and this isn't necessarily true to the Portland Public School District, which is where I primarily function at, but I would say that for my daughters who they go to school here in the Tigard-Tualatin School District, one of the barriers is that a lot of students of color, sometimes they feel that when they do report an incident that nothing happens. And so frustration starts to build, and if you, for you to expect a 12 or 13-year-old to keep going back to an adult reporting something and nothing ever happens, the only thing that's going to, it leads to, it unfortunately leads to violence. And so, like I said, that's one of the big areas. Like I said, I have 2 daughters that are currently still in school, and over the years, what we've experienced was when there have been incidents of bias, we get a lot of kind of excuses. I've had principals say, oh, well, you know, I had a student write a letter of apology, or they asked me, do you want to have a sit down with the parents? And there was actually one situation that was so egregious that I had actually put the student's name in Google, and I found his parents' Facebook profile. And so when the principal asked me if I wanted to have a parent meeting, I was like, there's no use, because what I see on their social media informs me as far as why their child is behaving the way that they are at school. So for me, I think probably one of the big barriers is students of color feel like when they do report something that not enough happens, or it doesn't happen fast enough. And so, I completely support restorative justice, but what I don't support is students who commit a bias incident, and then the very next day, they're right back in that exact same classroom, sitting next to those same kids, and those same kids who are victimized, they're expected just to move on. And so I think that that's probably one of the big things, is that there needs to be more true accountability. And I completely understand as an educator, you can't share different punishment and things like that. However, the student who was the victim, they need to feel safe.
Thank you. That was awesome. So, Caprice, your turn as mom.
I'm pretty sure, is that on?
It's coming.
Okay, great. I'm pretty sure he just took my answer from the educator perspective, and my answer as a parent. But I'm going to expand on that, because the biggest issue I have had with my daughters experiencing hate speech, bias in the school system, and I want to be really clear, it happens a lot, believe it or not, with my children specifically, so I know it happens in a lot of spaces. It's the accountability's not enough. It's this, what happens next also, that is such a significant barrier. For instance, if my daughter had an experience where she was called the N-word, and then she has to show up to class the next day, and that student is a teacher's assistant, and she has to try to sit in that classroom with the peer who is now in a leadership position. The message that that sends to her is that there literally is nowhere in her school where she is safe. And for me as a mom, I cannot communicate to you the degree of powerlessness I feel. So remove what you see in what I'm wearing, and understand that at the core of me, I'm just a mom trying to make sure that my children feel safe and are heard and honored and respected. And I have very little to no control over that as it relates to their school environment.
Awesome. And then we have an SRO here, so I want to hear your perspective, Zach, on this one as well, because you're in high schools every day, right? So what can you tell us?
Yeah, so I think it's important to acknowledge that when we talk about barriers, it's way more important for kids. They're the most vulnerable population we have, and they have way less agency than the rest of us. They can't just drive to the police department and report something. A lot of times they don't have a phone, they can't call us. And even if they do, sometimes victimization can be happening in the community or at home, so sometimes they can't use their own phone to report stuff. So barriers are way more important for kids than they are for adults. That being said, we heard a lot last panel about trust, and that keeps on coming up over and over again. And I've worked with kids for 4 years now in the school, and trust always comes up, but let's boil it down a little bit more than just trust. What I've heard from the kids that I talked to, and I worked with Word is Bond for the last couple of years. It's a great organization. I don't know if Lakiana is somewhere around here, but he runs a great organization. It's super helpful, especially for law enforcement, getting different perspectives. The trust that I've seen in the conversations I've had with kids, trust boils down to a perceived lack of authentic concern amongst the adults in these kids' lives, right? So they're super keenly aware of adults who have agendas. Every single one of us in this room has some sort of agenda in these kids' eyes. And it's that overinvestment in institutional goals that these kids see with people in schools that prevent them from reporting sometimes. They think that we're more obsessed with whether or not they're passing a class or attending a class or what the graduation rates are, and that might prevent them from coming forward to an educator or an administrator or even a school counselor. So what we really need to do in order to overcome that is to have more neutral adult figures in their lives that don't have those perceived institutional goals as their motivation. And a lot of that's done through, we have a ton of staff that don't have those perceived goals throughout our school district, whether it's student engagement, school safety people, SROs to some extent, but there's even that barrier with me, right? Because kids sometimes don't come and talk to me because they're like, they don't know whether or not what happened to them is a crime. And they feel like because it's not in that category of incident, it might not be something that I'm even interested in hearing. So not only is it diversifying your staff to kind of overcome that, but it's about showing up for these kids in real ways that's outside of your scope of duties to kind of show them that you're still invested in their lives. Because if it's just perceived institutional goals that they think that you're interested in, it might keep them from reporting something that's happening that they don't think that you're going to feel concerned and they don't think that you're going to support them in the long run. So there's a ton of ways that we can go about that, and I think that's one of the other questions, but I think that's the main hurdle that I see over and over again with the kids that I talk to on a daily basis.
Awesome, thank you. Jasmine, do you have something to add from a student perspective?
Yes. I have an example of a time where one of my friends did not feel cared for, heard. The teacher was like, okay, let me just read it. There was a teacher who was constantly shaming her class for not being as smart as other classes she had. This initially started to make my friend and her classmates feel like they weren't good enough, smart enough, and also started growing resentments towards the teacher. The teacher had been expecting the students to have already known about the history prior to classes, giving them quizzes and tests every day. Imagine going to class and getting a test every single day, and if you fail that test, it drops your grade drastically. Wait.
I can come back?
Yeah.
Okay. But thanks. That's really valuable input. And I'll move to the other question. We're going to have questions from the audience, so I want to move to the next question. Where have you experienced someone younger who needed support because of an incident, and what did you do? So I can go to Joriah if you want to go first.
Yes, of course. So for this panel, I work with youth. One of my role is a youth mentor, and I asked the students that I work with, the youth that I work with, what are some of the incidents that you have gone through, as most of them being visibly Muslim, wearing a hijab, told me several stories, and I can just summarize them because it seems like it's just repeating over and over again that how in schools, particularly in public schools, they're not feeling comfortable or safe enough to report to school authorities because questions such as earlier in the panel 3, there was questions such as, what religion did the hijackers from 9/11 were? And the choices were, and Islam is right there. and being Muslim, that's just creating that hostile environment, and they do not trust their teacher, who is supposed to be their mentor, their guide, a safe space for them or safe person for them, and they're unable to report or reach out to them. And that's one of the couple of things that that I have seen. My male students have reported, because some of them might not look Muslim, however, they are of African descent. So they don't feel safe when they are out and about, because they're being profiled for the way they are, who they are. And then compounded with the fact that their name is Muhammad or Ali, then it's a double whammy for them. So some of these are some of the things. Now, how do we try to support them? Is by creating an environment at Oregon Islamic Academy, at Muslim Educational Trust, for these students to be able to come out and talk to either myself or Brother Wajdi or Teacher Jawad Khan about what they're going through. Having these students attend conferences like this. Unfortunately, today they had to take a physics test. They're not here. My fault. But attend these conferences, meet with law enforcement, and talk with them about what they go through, who they are, so that everyone becomes familiar with them. When they do see a Muhammad or a Sarah walk by, that she is part of the community, she is born and raised here, and that she is, someone that we need to take care of as well.
Thank you. That was awesome. Some people give fake names at Starbucks for fun. Some of us do it for other reasons. So they're going to butcher my name, but also I want everybody to look at me, especially if it's in an airport. Forget about it. So, Kathy, can you talk about this same question for us? And you're the superintendent, so you obviously see everything in your school district funnel up to you when you hear about it, and then kind of what action steps from there.
Yeah, sure. So I think, as a school district, and I wasn't here in the morning, so I didn't know what the morning panels were, but I hope we had a lot of opportunity to think about just those institutions that also have a key role in this work, and schools are a key institution. Our role is to educate. And we heard a lot about how do you build relationships to build bridges, but how do we also educate one another around who we are to each other, but also how, when we use certain words or what are microaggressions or behaviors towards each other, the kind of harm they create. So when we talk with having a comprehensive plan, for example, in a school district, and I know Beaverton has one, and Hillsborough and other places, there are policies, of course, but then there are also practices, where what does it look like in the classroom to support children. And as Officer Kiersey mentioned, there's a lot of ways to respond when bias incidents occur, but really we want to get in front of that and think about what are all those proactive ways that school districts should be coming around our communities and our families and our students. So we think about policies, of course, that we have in place, but then also what are our action plans. We have a district equity action plan where we examine our curriculum and our text and our instructional practices that we engage in with students. We have an equity advisory committee that, Imran, you're on, where we hear from parents and students and community members on a regular basis about where gaps are in our practice. And then school equity teams that are keeping a pulse on how students are feeling and how they can also speak up, or other safe places where they can express concerns or an incident that happened to them. So, and specifically for young children, what we find that our very young children sometimes don't even know what it is they're saying. They might be repeating something on TikTok or a video or a song, and now they've said something that has caused incredible harm and hurt to another student. And so how do we come alongside family, that student, begin to educate, but also have a contextual response? Discipline is important, of course, but it has to be contextualized around the age of the child, the situation. And I think where several people have commented today is, then how do we communicate about what happened? What did the school do about it? How was education then provided for the offender? How was repair and restoration experienced by the person who was harmed? And how we communicate that goes a long way so that people don't feel like nothing happened. How do we appropriately do that without violating confidentiality? There's actually more we can say than sometimes we get afraid to say. And how do we assure a community that we take these things seriously and we're going to be responsible, and that we have to do right by our children?
Thanks, Kat. That was awesome. And Caprice, did you want to add something too here?
I think you know I do.
I love it.
Well, I kind of led with it, but I'll share that I've been a mom for 29 years, and so for 29 years I have been experiencing this and trying to support, love, and wrap my arms around my own daughters, and by extension, anyone in the community, because I did not have an understanding of this, being privileged and white and not experiencing some of these behaviors, although there are others, but some of these specific behaviors growing up. And so one of the things that makes it really hard, example for my 13-year-old specifically, is that she actually did report a boy that threatened to get her jumped and called her the N-word. And when she did, the response from the adult in the school, the educator or the administrator, was, well, he was just having a bad day. That's insufficient, and it doesn't honor the, I mean, do you think there's a chance that she reports the next event? Because the initial response was, well, he was just having a bad day. That's not the answer. And so for me, it forces me to say, well, that's an excuse, and we're going to listen, but then I go and I have to advocate, which I'm happy to do. We all advocate for our children in all of the ways they need us to. But it just fosters a sense of distrust and an unwillingness to report the next thing, and that is my fear, because if she doesn't feel comfortable, and if there are not administrators and teachers of color that look like her in the school system, she's going to feel like she has nowhere to go but to my husband and I, and we're going to be here for that, but she should have a community that is going to advocate for her in her school, where she spends more time than she spends at home with me.
That's a really powerful example. And we, at the equity meeting the other night, we were just talking about how we want to have teachers feel confident, no matter what the background of the teacher, to take swift, quick, effective steps of support and advocacy for any situation, right? Because it's like, my teachers growing up were like my heroes, you know? Yeah. And so it's a really big deal if they're gonna do something or if they're not. So the next question I wanna ask is, what are some ways or procedures that can help prevent incidents like this? So we'll go to David first, and then we'll go to Jerai.
All right. So for myself, I think some of the ways and procedures that we can prevent situations like this is dialogue. I mean, just honest dialogue, kind of also, building bridges, breaking down barriers. One thing that I've tried to do, especially since I've been an educator, is every year I try to introduce the kids to careers in law enforcement. Last year, I took a group of 60 students out to the Washington County Training Facility so they could actually see how police training goes. This year, I've already had my wife come in and speak to students at Roosevelt, and she's going to be coming to Franklin next week, speaking to students about the truth about law enforcement. And I make it perfectly clear to all the IM Academy students, my goal by the time I retire and they put me in the ground is to completely change the face of policing. And my thing is this, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a sheriff named David Brown from Houston, and this was back 2020 during all the protests, and he had got on TV and he said, hey, I get it, I'm angry too, but throwing rocks and protesting won't change anything. He said, come down and turn in an application. And the very next day, the Houston Police Department was flooded with thousands of applications. And so that's kind of my approach to hopefully how we can get to change change how police view young students of color, how students of color view policing, how students of color will feel more comfortable going to a police officer if they need help. And so like I said, it starts with 1 or 2 students at a time. They graduate. If they decide that they want to pursue a career in law enforcement, I really don't see any reason, like within the next 10 to 20 years, that we can't completely change the face of policing and have more diversity. It's just like in education. There's not a lot of teachers of color, just like there's not a lot of law enforcement people of color. But the way it starts is dialogue, breaking down those barriers, building bridges, and getting people to understand that we're all alike. We all have the same interests. We all want to see people be successful. But it starts with us, like I said, just honest dialogue.
That's great. I love it. Joriah, next, and then come to you. Okay. So go ahead, Joriah.
It's a powerful statement to follow. Thank you, David. Pretty much what David was talking about, we are trying to create a dialogue between our students and law enforcement with teachers in public school. One of the things that Muslim Educational Trust does is create dialogue between different schools. So our students either go visit another school and talk to their students about Muslim students and diversity as well in Islam, not just in schools, but also in Islam. Also attend events like this as well. 2 weeks ago, our students visited the federal court and learned about how the federal court systems work, but also wanted to see how diverse that process is, how many different representation that they can get. We got to meet Judge Mustafa Kasabohai, who is also a Muslim judge there, and that allowed students to see that somebody who looks like them is also able to become a judge, is also able to become a police officer. So yes, these dialogues are very important as well, but also making conscious decisions by law enforcement offices, public school systems to hire people who are people of color, who are visible Muslim, visible Jewish, visibly different than all of us Christians and everybody, so that everybody can feel represented and they can relate to them as well. And that will dispel that fear and dispel that otherness by the young people. One of the things that my student, and this is all of I'm saying is surveys of my students, what they've said that they don't see people like them coming to visit them. It's always the same, like when you think of a politician, you think of a law enforcement, and that whoever is portrayed on TV is coming to their classrooms as well, and that discourages them to go into into that field. But as David said, that his hope and my hope and all of our hope is that our law enforcement departments and our school systems get diversified.
That's awesome. So we'll go Jasmine, Zach, and then Kathy.
Okay. Something to add on, as I said, I go to Roosevelt High School. Roosevelt is one of the top schools in the state that's diverse. One issue that we see is statistically 75% of the teachers are white compared to the student ratio of 66% of the students being students of color. Like was mentioning, it makes students feel uncomfortable. I feel like this is a problem we need to talk about because it makes students of color feel a little uncomfortable because we don't have teachers that look like us. And something else to touch on is sports. Who all has played sports in their lifetime? Raise your hands. Yes. Okay, so one thing we know is refs. So for Roosevelt, we've experienced a lot of racism within our school sports. One example, our football team this year had reported an incident to OSAA because of the refs called so many fouls when things were not even supposed to be fouls. I don't know how to explain it, but there is clear footage of the incorrect missed calls. Another thing, last year's 2023 state championship game, Roosevelt got second place, but the refs called 50% more fouls on our boys basketball team compared to predominantly white schools. Another incident, Lincoln High School last year made a TikTok video, what is it called? Made a TikTok video towards the black and brown girls in North Portland. Like, it was just like a racist TikTok video, but they immediately took it down. But still, these small issues that we see facing around racism does not make any of these students of color, students that live in poverty, make them feel any comfortable to like try and do something better for their life, or try to do something that uplifts them and makes them feel positive about themselves. We keep seeing these small, it's like small habits is what makes like bigger results. So like letting, like all these things are, yeah. I don't know.
All right. No, that's great. That's great. Go ahead, Zach.
I think a lot of what is on? Good. I think a lot of it comes down to culture throughout our educational system, through law enforcement. And I think cultivating a culture of authentic concern is super important. You wouldn't imagine the amount of people that have come to me to report crimes, not because I'm the cop, but because I'm somebody who showed up for them, right? Like, I went to their track meet, to their theater performance, and I went there because they asked me to. Like, that's it. That's all you gotta do. Show up. So it's not difficult to cultivate that kind of an atmosphere in your place of work, the educational institutions and law enforcement, but it does take work. We got to go to athletic events. If there's SROs in the audience, right? Like, go to athletic events, go to extracurricular activities, become an advisor of a club, do something that gets you more involved a little bit past your actual physical job function, so that people actually feel comfortable talking to you about things that aren't necessarily what they believe is a crime. Because the only way you can get to some of the really important topics is if they trust you enough to talk to you.
Thank you, Zach. And Zach was at my son's Fall Harvest Festival last week, so I know he's not joking. He was there. He was there. Give him a hand.
Yeah, nobody out there can steal Zach, okay? We are so incredibly fortunate to have two amazing SROs in our school district, Officer Kiersey with Wilsonville, and then Officer Johnson in West Lynn. And I will tell you, these guys, they do show up because they believe in kids, and they believe in relationships, and they understand that the combination of relationship and action and advocacy is so powerful for young people. So we're really fortunate. Not only that, they also show up to a lot of events. We have an annual equity summit in our community, and I shout out to Rep. Neuron for being here. She's so active in advocating also at a state level for so many of these topics we're talking about today. So these gentlemen walk the talk, and we're really fortunate to have them. What we're working on this year, and we have been for a few years in our school district, is also really building capacity in our staff to recognize bias, but then also know how to interrupt it and how to speak up about it, and then how to also listen in a way that lets students know they were heard, they were taken seriously, and then what to do next. We hear a lot of comments, we did for years, that staff were kind of nervous, they didn't know, and they would look for someone else to do that type of intervention, or to make that move, or to make that comment. Sometimes they were nervous about messing up or doing it wrong, or they didn't know what to say. So for the last few years, we've been really working on building that capacity among all of our staff. It shouldn't just be up to the equity director to speak up, right? Everybody is an equity director. Everybody has a responsibility around race equity, gender equity, and anti-discrimination, anti-racism. We have policies around it. We also need to walk the talk. So we've been going through a series called Interrupting Bias. There's a great organization called Learning for Justice. They have incredible tools. I don't know if Rachel is still here from the Jewish Federation, but I know they're promoting them as well, around Speak Up at Schools, how to interrupt bias when you hear it. So how do we empower students to confront other students when they hear it, and staff not to ignore it or be silent, but to speak up and interrupt, to question, to educate, and then to echo when something is done right. And so there's a lot of work we can do to keep building capacity around the whole school. So it's not just the responsibility of a few, but it's the responsibility of everyone. That takes time. Staff come and go. You have to do these things on an annual recursive basis. People forget. They haven't had to deal with something for a while. They switch schools. Teachers resign. New teachers get hired. So this isn't just a one and done. This is ongoing work. We're not perfect in our school district. We make mistakes all the time. But what we're learning to do is to be vulnerable, to admit where we've made mistakes. And when we know better, we do better. We all know Maya Angelou's quote, the world's a better place when we know better and we do better. So I just want to mention that professional learning for our staff has been one of our most recent goals.
Awesome. And I stereotype too. When I met Kathy, I was like, oh, another superintendent with a PhD. Jeez. And then she told me something that almost made me fall off my chair. She said she lived in Pakistan, and I was like, what? How long did you live there?
My whole life. My parents were there for 35 years,
Yeah.
so I grew up
And
in Pakistan.
I'm still just fascinated by that because I think that has such an impact on your lens, right? And your perspective on things. So anyway, I just think that's cool. If you have a chance, please, students especially, do the study abroad thing. I didn't do it when I was in school. That's my biggest regret. So if you can go out of the country and get some good food and be away from your parents. I had this issue. My parents were like helicopter times 10. All right, you know who I'm talking about. The kids who are from Muslim families, helicopter parents, yeah. You don't even know if you don't have Muslim parents. Okay. How can refugee, and this is a question from the audience, how can refugee and immigrant parents who don't speak English advocate for their children in schools? So I don't know who wants to take this one. Maybe Kathy, would you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, I think that's complicated because, for some cultures, there isn't that practice of having to advocate at a school. We get families who say there's a difference in education and home life in our country, and then we come here and we're expected to come in and be maybe a little more assertive with the teacher, whereas in our culture that's not the practice. So I think we also have to ask, how can we advocate for our immigrant families? Why are we expecting them to do the work? And so we have a family empowerment center that we launched about 5 years ago because we weren't doing a good job with that. We were expecting families to figure out all these new cultural norms and to come and tell us when there was something they needed, instead of being a presence and initiating the conversation first. So we have a full-time staff member who does exactly what Officer Kiersey mentioned. She's out and about constantly at a lot of events, introducing herself, building relationships. The word gets around about Maria, and pretty soon all the communities know about her, community organizations know about her, and now there becomes this person that someone can go to. And so it's our responsibility also to advocate for our families and to always ask the question, what can we do to help?
Right. And anyone else have anything to add? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello? Okay. I was going to say, hopefully in every building, there is either a teacher, a counselor, a staff member who they have, hopefully the student feels comfortable going to them. And then that staff member can also kind of be their bridge, be their support system. Because like you said, especially if it's a family that maybe they're new to the country, the language barrier, things like that, but there should be someone in that building. Like I said, it could be a counselor, admin person, staff member, coach, and then that person can also could be your advocate. They can be your support. And like I said, I can only speak for myself and the students that I interact with, but I do know that that's actually one thing that I try to pay close attention to, especially my students who I know are students who are English language learners or students who are new to the country. I really try to pay attention to kind of how they're being treated, how they're showing up for class, things like that, because I'm well aware that they can hold things inside just because they don't feel comfortable sharing with other people. But like I said, hopefully an adult in that building would be an advocate for them and their entire family.
Yeah, I totally agree. My parents are non-native speakers, and it was like embarrassing sometimes for, just the language barrier was tough. Should students use, this is the next question, should students use bias hotline to report bias incidents and crimes in schools? I think Faye did answer some of this earlier, so we can go back to that if we need to. But if yes, would the hotline work with school staff, and how? So does anyone have experience with using the bias hotline in schools, K through 12? I know Faye talked about it a little bit. I don't know if she's still here, but
I've got a little bit of experience investigating some of these things and providing that hotline phone number to students. I haven't experienced it the reverse. I would assume that if they contact them and want to report something to police, they would contact us. But I would hope that we're at least trying to foster a climate where if they're calling that number, they're also coming to some trusted neutral adult in our schools.
I think that's a great answer is go to the school resource officer if you can, if you're lucky enough to have one, and then hopefully you also have somebody, a leadership position person that you could go to that would help do that. But Faye, can you confirm that if it's an incident that occurred in a school, would they use the bias hotline still to just for recording purposes? Yes? Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. So if everybody didn't hear that, it's just to make sure that it's recorded, reported, it's something that needs follow-up and it's in the system, then you would want to contact the bias hotline. And I think where there might be some confusion is like, what incident is that, and I think that's obviously subjective, right? So I don't know if we can answer that question, but it's a situation where the person would have to determine and then that's where I think somebody like Zach could be or David could be an asset where you talk to them and then you figure out the support steps from there. So the next question is, as a school leader, superintendent, or other, how do you hold teachers, staff, or students and parents accountable when they engage in a hate incident in a classroom, hallway, or sporting event? So whoever wants to take this one, maybe Kathy's first.
I think everyone's looking at me. Could I just add to, I know there's the bias incident hotline. A few years ago, Oregon legislation passed a mandatory policy that every school district had to adopt. It was called the Every Student Belongs policy, and spoke out about students have a right to not, well, first of all, students have a right to belong in their space. And it was actually students who kind of initiated this push on this legislation. Paired with that, and the policy speaks around discrimination and hate crimes and bias incidents. Paired with that, every school district is expected to have a bias incident report process. So in addition to that hotline, school districts should have a process for where students can report bias incidences, where staff can report it, whether it's a form or even just speaking to a person if they prefer not to write that in and submit it, finding a trusted adult they can report to. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay. Great.
In terms of holding people accountable,
yeah.
That's really important. It's key. Again, we have very young children all the way up to staff and administrators. So how do we hold very young children accountable? We do that, appropriately for their developmental age. But at a very young age, we need to let them know that what they said or did was wrong, it was hurtful, it was harmful, educate them about why, and then the type of discipline would be appropriate in terms of their age and context, and involving their family in that process. And then making sure that the victim or the person who experienced that also knows that what happened to them was not okay, that it was wrong and hurtful, making sure their family is involved and communicated with. And then making sure that the staff member, if they were involved, knows how to respond to that situation, which is why I mentioned professional development is so key. So that's, we think about children along that spectrum. Of course, a high school student, you're going to work with it differently than a 5-year-old. But of course, they need to be held accountable to what they said or did. And then every school district has appropriate disciplinary actions. That might be anything from in-school suspension, then graduating to depending on the severity of what happened. So that's that type of accountability, and then also the accountability to restore, and then to also importantly ask the person who was harmed, are you ready for that conversation? Are you willing to have a person come and apologize or restore a relationship? When would you be ready? To really make sure that we take care of the person who was traumatized or harmed in that situation, and invite their their opinion and what they feel they need in order to restore next. Teachers have to be held accountable, absolutely, coaches. So if this is coming from an adult, there are processes in place that every school district has, working with unions as well as working with those staff around naming what it was that they did, documenting, having those conversations, whether it involves an HR department or their supervisor. So, sadly, we've had those in our district. We've held staff accountable. We've held students accountable. It's a little trickier when you mentioned parents in that question. That's a little trickier. If they come to a school-sponsored event, absolutely, we're going to hold them accountable to their behavior when they're on our campus and when they're involved in school-sponsored events. Looks a little different in terms of what a school can do, but we do have law enforcement partners who can help with something like that if it occurs on our campus.
That's great. Thank you. And David, do you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah. Hello? Okay. I was going to say, so for me, there was literally an incident when I was teaching summer school, and I guess you would say that since I am a teacher of color, I haven't had a lot of non-students of color doing anything inappropriate in my class. However, there was a situation where while I was teaching summer school, I had a classroom of about 10 girls, and out of that 10 girls, only one was white. And there was a day when one of the other students started targeting her with some just horrific derogatory comments. And so that was probably one of the first times I've really yelled at students. And I kicked her out of my class. And then I went out and I talked to her in the hallway, and I told her, I said, you cannot come back in my class until we sit down and have a discussion with your mother. So she sat right outside of my class for the rest of that period. I went to the computer, sent her mother an email, let her know what was said. And what I told her, I said, I'm willing to let her come back in my class, but we need to have a sit down because this is not appropriate. I'm the kind of person, I don't accept racism from anybody. And so unfortunately, the mom never replied. The girl didn't come back to my class. However, now she's a sophomore at Roosevelt, and I pass her all the time in the hallway. And she's changed because the first week that I saw her, she tried not to make eye contact with me because I knew she was kind of embarrassed about what happened. And so then after a few weeks had gone by, I approached her and I let her know, I said, hey, it's okay. You don't have to feel uncomfortable, but I just reminded her, I said, hey, make sure that you never do that to anybody again. Because what I needed to get her to understand was if the situation was reversed, if she was the only black student in a classroom full of white students and somebody was targeting her, I asked her, I said, how would that make you feel? And like I said, sometimes I think if we put ourselves in other people's shoes and really reflect on how we would feel or how we would handle it, a lot of this would go away. But like I said, that was just one incident that I could think of.
Oh, yes, we can all really agree that that's a stand-up take, and your action and your voice means a lot. It would go a long way with me. I know in high school I got told to go back to my country constantly, and it was confusing because I was born here. So I was like, where do you want me to go? I don't know what they mean, but and I got called to say an N-word. I know that's been brought up a lot. But for me, when we're talking about our kids, I think one of the reasons I wanted to moderate this panel is because I had sports. That was like my way to have an outlet, right, for being called horrible names and being told to go back to my country. But some kids don't have that outlet, and even when they go home, they're not in a comfortable environment. It's an unsafe environment, or it can be an abusive environment. So I think I just want to, apply pressure to everybody in the audience, because if you work anywhere near a K through 12 system, it can be the place that they have a role model and they feel safe and they can talk to someone, because it doesn't happen at home sometimes, and at school if it's hostile and they don't have sports, then where do they go? And then that's when it turns into their behavior is something that's breaking the law, right? So when we don't want that. All right, we have a couple more questions here, we'll do 3 more questions, and then we'll wrap up with some action steps for the day. So this question is, I'll do my best to read this handwriting. What are you doing at your institution to lift up youth voices so they're having a say in the policies, procedures, and practices that will impact them the most? Far too often we have a lack of cultural and generational representation in the decision making. So whoever would want to take that, go for it.
I'll go. So one thing, unfortunately, in my capacity right now with the I Am Academy, like I said, I'm only at Franklin all days on Tuesdays, and I'm at Roosevelt on Thursdays. But one thing that we're doing with the I Am Academy to uplift student voices, in the springtime, we are going to have we have a partnership with iHeartRadio. It's going to be called I Am Radio, and it's going to be student-led podcast. And it's going to be a situation where students can literally have a podcast and discuss things that are important to them, discuss what they're going through as teenagers, discuss any bias situations and how they handle it. And what we're trying to do is really create a community where students feel comfortable supporting each other, and then also understanding that, yeah, they may go to Roosevelt, but the kids at Benson are going through the same thing. Some of the kids at Grant are going through the same thing. And so one thing we're trying to do is kind of connect that gap between students of color all across Portland. And like I said, hopefully just by starting out with the I Am podcast, that we can help students uplift their own voices, and then hopefully some adults and administrators, they start to hear this podcast and they hear what's going on, and hopefully that can help influence change.
I love that idea. Anything else?
All right, just quickly,
Sure.
At Oregon Islamic Academy, our students actually run a yearly youth conference that is led by youth for the youth, and that's one way of our students to amplify their voices. Also, we all have student government associations, and one of the things of our student government association it's called OMI, Oregon Muslim Youth, which is that you need to have equal representation of different diversity in our school, and I recommend that for almost all of the schools to run their SGAs in that way. If you are looking as the student from Roosevelt said that there are 66% people of color in your school, then your SGA also represent that as well. So that would be a recommendation.
Zach, did you want to add something?
Go ahead, Zach.
Oh, this is I'm kind of stealing Kathy's thunder on this one. But so for Westland Wilsonville School District, when we hire school resource officers, so when I was hired, they actually incorporate community members and students on the hiring panel
yeah.
when they're
Nice.
selecting the SRO. And as a part of the review process, student input is also sought out throughout all the schools to see what their opinions and perspectives are of me, so that they can decide whether or not we want this program to continue. And I think that's super important.
That's awesome. Yeah, go ahead, Kathy. You want to add something?
Well, I just want to add, we had a statewide equity summit not too long ago, and one of your students, sophomore, was the keynote speaker at the equity summit to talk about a room full of probably 600 educators across Oregon, and she got a standing ovation. So our young people are amazing in Oregon, and they are finding voice, and they're looking for a place to advocate. Part of some legislation in Oregon was that every school district needs to establish an educational equity advisory committee. Imran's on ours. It has to have representation from community members, parents, students, and staff. And I'm telling you, the student voices that speak up at our committee are the most powerful, genuine, meaningful voices, because they tell it like it is, and they tell us what they need. And so I think student government, affinity groups where our young people can feel safe and confident to speak up, and how we can harness their voices and experiences, is the most powerful thing we can do.
That's awesome. Yeah, I agree with what you said. So lightning round here, because we're running up against the time. For Jasmine, there's a question for you, Jasmine. You're popular. What steps can adults in your life take to build better relationships with you and your peers?
I think one thing that I really appreciate Roosevelt for, and I can also speak for George Middle School and a little bit of James John, is the teachers really put themselves in students' positions, put themselves in their shoes. Not only that, I feel like majority of the teachers at Roosevelt really make us feel like we're cared for. Whether we're going through something, I always feel comfortable talking to my teachers, and I'm trying to help others in my community, in high school, to talk more to their teachers. But I feel like our teachers really do make an impact on our lives. I've been through so many adversities, and some people I have been able to depend on the most were my teachers. Not only my teachers, but staff members from Roosevelt. So I would say, wait, what was the question? Sorry.
It was how can adults take steps to build better relationships with peers?
I think.
Or sorry, yes, you and your peers.
Okay, sorry. So I think really like that one-on-one connection. So if you're like a educator or know some teachers, like maybe just giving them advice, like, or letting them know, like, make sure you're like having one-on-one conversations with each and every one of the students in your classes, because not everybody's extroverts. A lot of people are introverts. So teachers that's your job. Like, you have to make sure you're stepping forward and like putting that effort to communicate with your students who are more quieter and stuff, to make them feel more comfortable in your classroom. And I think that Roosevelt does a great job with that. So I'm proud to be a writer.
That's awesome. I wish I was proud to be my high school's alumni. All right. For the mother.
Imran, can I quickly?
Go ahead.
Can I quickly add? So this goes for every adult that is in this room. Mentorship is so important. Not just as teachers, but as adults. You all are here. You are here to make an impact in a student or a youth's life. Please use that platform. Use your abilities. Use your aura. To mentor a youth who is going to look up to you. They are looking up to you. You all are here because you care for the youth. So mentor a youth. I was speaking with Judge Kelly from the Washington Circuit Court, and she was telling me about her mentees that she mentored, and I said that I would love to invite her and her mentees to show that we have a chain of mentorship that, it makes an impact. So please be a mentor, be a positive change in every youth or anyone who is associated with youth in your life. Thank you.
All right, so this is a tough lightning round. We have, give her some applause. These are great. So I want you to think about something real quick. So we're gonna wrap up, and I'm gonna try to get us out of here quickly, but I want to get to these questions because I think they're important. But I want you to also think about if you have something that you're doing right now with you or your organization in your community, or something that you're going to launch after this event. That's kind of going to be our conclusion today. We want to highlight some of what's happening in our audience and what you're doing as far as what action steps are you taking or are you planning to take. So be thinking about that, and you can pass up a note card, and I'll try to read some of those off at the very end here, and that's coming up in a few minutes. So lightning round, this is a tough one, Caprice, but to answer quickly, I would say, how did having biracial children change your perception on black youth, if at all?
Yeah. Wow.
So 30 seconds. No, just kidding.
Good luck. I was raised in Eugene. I was not in a diverse high school. There was very little diversity outside of the campus. And so I was always attracted to people that were living differently than me, listening to different music, engaging in different areas than I was. And so I've always been attracted to that. What I didn't realize, and I'm afraid to admit, but here it goes, I minimized my husband's experience growing up as a black man with public safety because I did not have those same experiences growing up. And I thought because I hadn't experienced it, that it just couldn't be real. Like, I'm a cop. Cops, they don't do that. And it wasn't until I was with him and my daughters that I experienced a similar treatment from a police officer that I owed, A, my husband a deeply sincere apology, but B, I advocate differently because I need to make sure that we all give our children a different experience than he had.
That's a great job. Well done. So Kathy, this has your name on it, so I'll just, if you can answer it quickly, obviously we're in a lightning round here. How do you censor hate curriculum from hate groups that could promote bigotry against Muslims, Arabs around 9/11, if there's any of that at all? I know that came up at one of our meetings and came up today. There was a quiz that was given in some high school in Oregon.
So what was the question?
How would you censor curriculum that might, sort of incite hate around mainly, I guess, the Middle East?
Yeah, I can't speak to how other school districts, vet their curriculum or decide with their teachers. There are some standards in Oregon around what's considered a short list of approved curriculum materials around the state of Oregon. It has more to do with whether they fit the standards, but teachers do have this professional discretion to supplement curriculum, and within that space around professional discretion, we have to really help our teachers have good judgment, and the more they can have culturally responsive instructional practices, then when they see something that comes across on the internet, there's lesson plans that people put and share on the internet, that they can in that moment make the right decision about whether to use that with their students or not. And so when we have curriculum renewal processes or staff development with our teachers, of course we give them the standard curriculum that has a vettedness to it by the state of Oregon as well as our staff. But then we also work around how do you develop a professionalism where you're using a discretion that is culturally responsive in terms of what you're going to choose to allow in. Because there's curriculum, but then there's also instruction and what teachers can say, alongside curriculum, other choices of literature that they might want to use. So, I can't speak to that situation and how the district is handling that. I could speak to, if that happened in our school, first of all, we wouldn't allow teachers to use any curriculum that had overt bias in it. But at the same time, we're working really hard with our teachers around their professional understanding around culturally responsive curriculum and instructional practices.
Thank you. Yeah, that was as good as an answer as you're going to get. Okay, last question. Are there peer-to-peer methods used to help support students that we can quickly name off and say, if you're familiar with it, I think that would just be educational for the audience. How can peers help other peers in these situations to support each other? With or without bias incidents, I think preventatively or reactively. Anything we can think of? Pizza party after school, you can hang out, chat. I don't know if that's happening, but any peer-to-peer groups? What's something we can think about? So how about an action step? We'll transition. So, what's that?
So we'll start a peer-to-peer
Yes.
group.
So how about we start a peer-to-peer group, and that's one of the things that we'll do in our K through 12 districts is have more opportunities for students to talk to each other, get to know each other, talk about their lived experience. But I would want to hear anybody's input. What are you doing in the community? And I'll put, I don't know if Scott's still here, but John Wentworth's office, is Scott still here? He took off. Okay. So John Wentworth is the DA for Clackamas County, and he asked me 2.5 years ago to help start a community advisory group for his office. And basically he wanted me to get 12 people from the community from different backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnicity, religion, and try to just make it as mixed as possible and talk to him about what he's doing well and what he could do better and what policies could be changed, what action steps could be taken to make his law office better and the community better and feel safer and more transparent. And so that's one of the things that we've done in our community that I think is super cool, and that's something that we're going to continue to do next year and hopefully for the foreseeable future. So are there other things that we would like to share that are happening now or are going to be launched in the future? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but we only have so much time. Other things out there that you're going to be trying to do, or yes, in the back.
I got you, just a minute.
Ooh, you got the remote mic coming.
So I work at, I'm a Hillsborough City Councilor, and I work at Pacific University. We had a recent incident come up at one of our games. And so as a campus, we had to quickly figure out what our response was going to be to respond to what happened, to provide some safety for people around that topic. But it was really our student leaders who, of different student groups, who came together and said that we don't want this kind of campus. And so for me, when I think about that, yes, we can put it peer-to-peer to try to resolve this, but they can't do it alone without the campus administration and the staff and the faculty standing there with them saying we don't want this either. So it takes a lot, and it takes a lot of effort for peer-to-peer, And that's a great thing for that to happen, but they're going to need a lot of help around them to make that space safe for them to have that kind of conversation.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. We can give a hand if you feel like. Yeah, please.
So one thing I want to add on to what you were saying earlier, this is like targeting, like I want to the sheriffs, police, like anybody that's part of the law enforcement. It is in your hands. You guys have more of a say to help your colleagues or like influence your colleagues who may like do like racism thing, like be like racist towards like black and brown, Asian, like people of color. And so like my only request from you guys is to please try and influence your guys' colleagues positively to make sure that your coworkers are being safe with the weapons that you guys have and are provided with, because at the end of the day, like you guys are our superheroes. So like if you guys can just like talk to, make sure you guys like are like making aware that there is like a lot of stereotypes towards people of color, and like I don't want to see another person, like I mean it's gonna happen, but like I don't want to have to see like another black person get murdered for doing nothing, like, you know, like just, yeah.
Thank you. That was powerful. Before I get to you, shameless plug, or not shameless, but I want you to go to the Building Bridges website, and if you feel moved, you can donate, because this kind of program, this organization, this event, which is pretty awesome, is done without a charge, right? So it works through donations, and I think that's something that we can all kind of, again, I would just apply pressure to you that if you feel moved, you should go on the website and do a donation so that we can be back here next year, bigger, better, do it, you know, as good or better as we did this year. So go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
In the front.
Hello, my name is Feli, and I just recently got hired with Word is Bond, and I'm here with my coworker Zion, and then my ambassador, as you've heard speak, Isaiah. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're building a curriculum for young black men for a leadership program. And one of the things that we wanted to do is involve the community in building this curriculum. We wanted law enforcement to be involved. We wanted the community members to be involved. And so one of the things that I'm asking all of you, if you guys are interested in your input, we want to build a focus group and community partners to help develop this. So if you're interested, come see me after this to talk more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We might have a couple more there. Is that Marcus? Or I don't know. A couple more.
Hey everyone, Marcus Ford, I use he, him pronouns with the city of Hillsborough. One of the things that I really would like to see out of our communities more is if you're a person of color, you have been in a situation where you've walked into a room and the jokes got quieter, right? The conversations got quieter, right? I want you, if you're a white person, to also be that person where the jokes stop when you walk into that space, right? Because that's the kind of allyship that we need, right? It's more than just being an ally, it's being a co-conspirator, and being somebody that is going to do the work with us and not just expect us to do it for you.
Preach.
Awesome. We have one more, John, I think, and then I'll wrap it up from there.
Oh, I'm the last speaker. Okay, my name's John, and one of the things I'm going to go back to my Catholic community is to see about a panel similar to this. I've already invited some of the attendees here to be, on a panel dealing with bias, but also immigration issues. And then also, I'm going to keep writing on things dealing with immigration, faith, and values, and just kind of keeping on.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you. Everything helps, and what Marcus just said, what John just said, I think I just want to wrap it up here with a few things. I'm not, some expert. I read a lot of books. I've lived in some interesting situations in my life, but my motivation for doing any type of work like this, I'm on 8 or 9 committees, and my wife's always like, what are you doing? I just say yes because I want my kiddos to have a better society and community than I did, because having kids is the coolest thing ever, in my opinion. And there's two things that I want to just impart to you that you can do, that anybody can do. Is one conversation at a time, and one conversation at a time is just my motto. It means if you stop to talk to somebody today, ask how you can help them, or if somebody was called a slur and you had a conversation with them about it, or you showed any type of remorse or support about it, that is a big deal. And so that's the one conversation at a time. It's cliche, but it helps one person feel more confident tomorrow waking up. And then the other thing that I always try to ask people to think about is just the word advocate, and it's come up a lot today. But advocating is me being called the sand N-word or being told to go back to my country weekly at my high school, and I went to a high school of 2,000 kids. Nobody ever said anything after that was said. Not one student, not one teacher, nobody said, don't say that, that's wrong. Or he was born here, or that's inappropriate, or that's racist. Nobody said anything. And so advocating for, like, had somebody said something, I would have felt different that day. I did not want to go back to school the next day. You got to understand, like, I didn't want to get up and go. I was like, I don't want to be called that. I don't want to be told to go back to my country again because it's confusing because I was born here. Nobody advocated for me when I was a teenager. And so Tupac did. He said, after every dark night, there's a bright day after that. So I listen to that song a lot. If you know Tupac, anybody know, greatest rapper of all time? All right. So, but what I can leave you, what I can leave you with facts is if you can advocate, or if you can have one conversation at a time, and you can give me a big round of applause, we're out of here. All right, thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll send you a list. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for being here all day long. Really appreciate it. There will be a survey coming up within next week or so. Please, please, please fill it out and send it to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
you.